and while also removing mercury.
I'm a land use planning consultant in Nevada City, working with the Nevada Irrigation.
Please. And join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Special orders, recognition of employees. Seeing that no employees are recognized this morning, we should do we have department heads? Senior engineering technician? When otherwise not defined in the agenda, I will look to the department head.
I am so sorry.
Right.
I'm introducing for all the, I'm just starting off all the employee recognition for all wonderful employees, and I have to say there's a very special one. They're all special, but Gary especially has our longest term employee recognition here, so I'd like to kick that off.
No pressure, Stu. 35 years. Come on, 35 years. That's it. Sorry.
Almost seems like yesterday.
It does.
Almost.
Good morning, board, public, and staff. I have the pleasure of giving Stu Uchida his 35-year award. It's actually Stuart Ronald Uchida. That's STU. Stu started with us in August of 1986 as a temporary chainman for a surveyor. That chainmen back then were, actually it was a real chain. That's, sorry, don't mean to age you, but that's how things were done.
Okay.
Stu came up the ranks through how a lot of people come to the district and stay a long time. He was started as a temporary. And he was brought in 1990 as a, in 1987 hired as an engineering aide. 1990 promoted drafting tech, in 1998 senior engineering tech, in 2012 promoted to a senior engineering tech. Stu is one of our hard-working, self-functioning, reliable working people. A lot of the projects you see, replacements of pipeline, like Cascade Shores and areas like that, or other projects, he's involved with. He's down developing the design, working with the engineers. He's one of the people that make it happen, working on easements, any type of thing related to drafting. We highly rely on Stu to help us out and get things done. He's one of the reasons we can put out projects like we do at such a good, fast rate. So at this point, Stu personally enjoys his family, camping, and walking his dog. And so that's a good thing. One thing that me and Stu talked about this morning is when Stu started. And that was when drafting was an art form. It wasn't on computer. People hand did the lettering, and your lettering style had to be darn perfect. And you work with ink on Mylar, which you had to be darn perfect too, because it runs and bleeds and does all types of fun things. So that art form is something that I enjoy that Stu does. He can do that. And so, and he's done a great job for the district, and I wish to thank him for 35 years of time.
Well, just real quick, when I first walked in the door, if you'd have mentioned 30 to me, my first reaction probably would have been weeks, months. But then later on I got told, well, sometimes the days go slow, but the years go really fast. And they do. And I've had a really good time, and I've really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
All right, Phil, come on up. So this is Phil Nedved. Phil made me promise to keep this short today, so I'll do my best, but I want to make sure that we give him the recognition that he's earned. Phil was hired in 1998, but actually started with the district in 1996, where he worked as a temp. He worked briefly with the maintenance department as a utility worker and then transferred over to hydro and has, fortunately for us, never looked back. In July, Phil began work as a hydroelectric machinist and worked there until 2014. In 2014, he was promoted to the maintenance supervisor. In 2016, he was promoted to the maintenance superintendent. Phil is one of the keys to keeping the system online. When you see the revenue transfer from hydro to water, this is one of the faces that you need to keep in mind. He is constantly looking for problems in the system and is always looking for ways to improve them. He's one of the most well-connected people in the department and regularly reaches out to his external contacts, farming them from information and bringing the best ideas back to the district. He's also the bridge for the department between those of us that are there now and those of us that were there in the past. In his career with the district, he's been a part of 2 generator rewinds. That's saying something. There are a number of people that go through their entire career and never rewind one of the big generators. Recently, he's led the replacement of the fish valves at the low-level outlet on the Dutch Flat Afterbay. It's probably one of the more complicated jobs we've pulled off in a long time. It involved sending divers hundreds of feet into a tunnel to put in a plug that was fabricated, and then so we could take the valves off the downstream end. Phil led that charge. I asked him when we sat down and talked a little bit about the presentation today what he thought his career looked like going forward. He says there's a lot of work ahead of us, and I tend to agree with that. Some of our key pieces of infrastructure are nearing the end of their useful life, and I'm looking forward to working with Phil to keep those together. He'll be a part of the 3rd rewind here at the district that we do as Chicago Park starts to come up on the end of its winding life. And so things aren't going to slow down for hydro, and Phil's going to be a part of that moving forward, I hope. And I, for one, look forward to having Phil help lead the maintenance department down that path. So please join me in thanking Phil for his 20 years of service with the district.
Morning, board, public, and staff. The purpose item is to give the 20-year recognition for Chris Berg. Unfortunately, Chris is out in the field working on the projects that are all over the place at this time. He's actually down in Placer County working on some stuff. Chris began with the district as a utility worker 1 in 1998, December of 1998. Then he began a construction inspector with the engineering department in December of 2012. He has had numerous recommendations and acknowledgments of his hard work. He is a very hard-working person, always out in the field, always doing his job. Chris came from us from the Navy. He enjoys his family and his grandchildren, and he's great to work with, and I want to recognize his 20 years of service. He's dependable, reliable, and does what we expect in the field and does more. But I want to thank him for that time. Thank you.
What's that? Doing great. All right, so far so good. All right, Gus. Gus Graham. So Gus is the new guy in hydro, but he's been here for 10 years. He started with the district in February of 2009. Worked, as many folks do, in the maintenance department as a utility worker. From there, he was promoted to an equipment mechanic. In 2016, he was promoted to the equipment supervisor, and he worked there until 2018. In 2018, the hydro department grabbed him and brought him over as an operator, and he quickly learned the ropes. He made it through the PG&E school and began taking call last year, and as a matter of fact, had his first call out to one of our powerhouses in the middle of the night a couple weeks back when the Rollins powerhouse tripped offline in one of the storms that we had. He was able to walk in, assess the situation, get everything together safely, and get the unit back online. So that is absolutely critical to our revenue and our operations. Gus's claim to fame, or one of his claims to fame, is he's saved another employee's life at one point along the way here. He performed the Heimlich maneuver on one of the other folks who was choking while eating his lunch. So what's that? So that's something to look back on and reflect. That's an impressive accomplishment. Gus likes being a part of the team and appreciates the friends and, quote, family he's made here, and he's looking forward to gaining additional knowledge and working his way up the ladder in hydro operations. So please join me in congratulating Gus on his years with the district.
Good morning, board, staff, and public. My name is Kenton Early. I'm a supervisor for the maintenance department. Today I got Chad Garvey to recognize his 10 years of service. Chad started his career with NID for the operations department as a flusher. In 2019, Chad became a permanent employee for the maintenance department and was assigned to the plaster crew. Shortly after his six-month probation, Chad got the opportunity to move back up to Grass Valley and work on the canal maintenance crew. In 2012, Chad took a spot on the service crew. During that time, his responsibilities were repairing and replacing treated water service lines and main lines. Chad is currently on the construction crew and has been on this crew since 2015. During pipeline replacement projects, Chad is viewed as a leader. He is well respected by all his crew members, and he's a motivating force. Chad is a tremendous asset to the department and is thanked for his increased responsibility that he's taken on. So congratulations, Chad, for your decade of service, and I look for many more.
A lot of talking for me at a board meeting. So, Chris, thanks for coming up. So this is Chris Ribble, and we're thanking him again for 10 years of service. Chris joined the district in August of 2008. He started in the maintenance department as a utility worker. In 2009, he became an equipment operator, and in 2014, he became a senior utility worker. 2015, he promoted to the maintenance supervisor and worked there until 2017. In 2017, Hydro grabbed him again, and he's now a hydro plant operator for us over there. Chris quickly established himself as a leader in the hydroelectric department. He made it through the operator training program and began taking call as quickly as anybody I've ever seen within the department. When I asked him about what his most proud accomplishment was, though, he said he looks back to his work in the maintenance side of the house, where he was responsible for many of the different phases of the Cascade Shores pipeline replacement system there. He did everything from operate equipment to supervise some of the crews out there as that pipe was being replaced. I greatly appreciate his willingness to volunteer to accept new challenges. Currently, he's working on revising some of our dam safety training procedures, and will be instrumental in the way we train operators going forward and keeping and inspecting and maintaining our dams. He's also working on his bachelor's in business, but at this point he seems to be torn between, does he want to be in the field doing the work or in the office doing the work. So I don't know what Chris's career holds in front of him. So, but either way, please join me in congratulating him on his 10 years of service.
So we'll take a little break as we let employees get back to their duties. Resume in about 5-10 minutes. meeting back to order, please. Special introduction by Chris, okay?
Good morning, board, staff, and members of the public. I'm Chris Tepanian, the board secretary. It is my honor today to introduce Dane Wadley. He's with California Special Districts Association, and he's going to provide the board and staff, well, provide the board an introduction to CSDA. So, welcome, Dane.
Well, good morning, board members, community. Thanks so much for a few minutes just to come by and give you some information about CSDA, the Special District Association. I figured I reached out to staff with some new board members coming on, and just wanted to let you know what we all do on your behalf and talk about some issues. Happy to answer questions as we go through, but the district is, again, as I mentioned, is a member of CSDA and has been for some time. And so I'll just go ahead and start here with what CSDA does. So far, so good. I just gave you a little bit about me. I'm the field coordinator. I'm the field rep for CSDA, so essentially the local liaison to special districts in, well, Nevada County and throughout Gold Country and Northern California, et cetera, as I point out, Nevada, NIDs in our Sierra network. My background, I began my career in the state legislature, came to my senses relatively early, got out of that business, got into special districts. You can see I worked for your neighbor to the south, Placer County Water Agency for a while, and also just wanted to point out, too, that in my other life, I'm a board member for my local water district in Cool. So I do currently sit in those seats up there, and definitely know some of the challenges and the rewards that you guys do by serving the community. So thank you for what you do, and I know it's not an easy job. Turning to CSDA, so just overview, CSDA is founded in 1969. We're our 50th anniversary. This year you'll be seeing a lot of information put out about that, of course. Two primary things, we promote good governance, best management practices in special districts, and then we're also a advocacy organization down in Sacramento for all types of special districts. So, obviously you guys are, I'm sure, familiar with Aqua and with the water agencies. CSDA, similar thing, but just with all types, right? So your Parks and Rec, your fire district that I'm going to later, resource conservation districts right down the line. So you can see, again, there's a lot of information as to, the things that we do. I'll go into a little bit more detail with that here in just a second. So on our advocacy public affairs side, as I said, it's a big part of what we do, the legislative work. We are the only association, as I said, that represents special districts of all types. And, it gives us a lot of, leverage isn't the right word, but cachet, maybe, if you will, in the legislature, because a lot of times when anything coming up regarding local governments and special districts, the governor's office or legislative staff will call CSDA because they know that we're the ones who represent all types. And so we're the ones who are often in the room on a lot of those issues and, negotiating legislation and working on language, et cetera. So it's a real benefit to the districts. You can see, again, we have our, our lobbyists, and we're, work very closely with our partners in the counties and the cities as well. One of the things I wanted to just point out real quick, and I put one of these in front of you there, is our Take Action brochure, as we call it, and specifically asking the board and staff, for that matter, to complete our grassroots mobilization survey. So, with the legislative work that we do on your behalf, it's we need to know who of our members have relationships with our state elected officials. We'd sure like to know if any of you have those, and the survey's right in the middle. There you can just take that out, pull it off, and write who your relationship is. Send it back into our office, or you can, I'm sure, leave it here. I can come back up and pick them up, and whatever's easiest. So I would ask you, when you have a few minutes, to please complete that, and then when we have our calls to action that come up, and later in the year, we can mobilize our members as appropriate to advocate on your behalf. On our public affairs side, something that we ran out about 2 or 3 years ago as our Districts Make the Difference campaign, is our public awareness campaign to raise the profile of special districts across the state. Obviously, you guys are, as a water district, probably a little more obvious, but some of the other ones not as much. But you can go to our website there for the districtsmakethedifference.org, and there's a whole host of information and things that we're trying to do with outreach to our media and schools and legislature as well about what special districts do. So I'd like to turn now to our take action brief, and I know it says handout there, but I believe it's actually in your packet. Our take action brief is something that CSDA puts out on a monthly basis to provide an update on the legislative issues that we're watching. Obviously, it's very early in the legislative year with their process. A lot of bills are just getting introduced, and they're getting going. A couple of things that we are watching very closely, even at this early stage, as they talk about the kind of the resurrection of redevelopment. There's a desire amongst some legislators to bring back redevelopment to fund affordable housing, other infrastructure. The issue from our perspective as special districts was that redevelopment had diverted property tax revenue away from districts to fund that. And a lot of our members, obviously, I know the district receives property tax revenue, but even more so for your fire districts, your parks and rec districts. I mean, that's how they exist, essentially. So CSDA is kind of opposed to a resurrection of redevelopment that basically takes districts' property tax revenue. There's been some other things that have been created, other financing mechanisms that allow special districts to voluntarily be a part of a redevelopment type agency. And we're certainly supportive of that because of the whole voluntary aspect of it. That if a special district wants to be a part of something, voluntarily give up their property tax or a portion of their property tax revenue, then that's local control at its finest, right? Some other issues just to watch. I touched on. There's bullet points there. There's a lot of talk, and particularly with the governor's releasing his budget proposal, he talked a lot about development impact fees, and in one sentence called them usurious, I believe, in terms of the high level that he sees of development impact fees and the cost as a barrier to basically affordable housing and infrastructure. Obviously development impact fees pay for a portion of infrastructure across all districts. So he's creating a task force, is what he said in his budget presentation. So we'll see what comes out of that. But certainly at this point, we're a little concerned, to say the least, about what legislation or budget proposal may come out of that. So I touched on, again, there's CalPERS. Obviously the district's a part of CalPERS, and there's efforts to divert retirement funds from certain industries. CSDA is opposed to that for basically the reason of the CalPERS fund is designed to make investment returns to fund the retirement benefits. So I'm sure the district's aware of the water tax proposal, something that's the old adage that nothing's ever actually dead in the legislature. The bill came back for the 2017. It was introduced and failed that year. 2018 didn't get approved last year. It's back again, and still very early, but the governor has indicated that he supports so far kind of the approach of SB 623 from last year, which would basically make you guys as the entity to collect the tax and then remit it to the state. Again, CSDA is opposed to that. We're part of the coalition with Aqua and other organizations in opposition to that. So, once again, we're going to have this fight again, and we'll happen to see where it goes. So I'll just touch on, just real briefly there, just some other property tax initiatives. Again, I know the district receives property tax revenue, and something that you should just be aware of going forward on that. So turn also to one of the previous slides. You may have noticed that one of the things CSDA does is these regional opportunities, which I know the staff is aware of because I've seen them at our conferences before. But one of the things, even more locally, we have basically a local chapter. It's the Gold Country chapter of CSDA. It's a affiliated chapter of a bunch of local special districts in the Gold Country region who get together on a regular basis to network, receive training. We bring in speakers. Those type of events. We have one coming up on January 30th in Cameron Park, as you can see there. We have a workshop with, of course, a number of new board members coming in across the state and across the Gold Country region. We're doing a finance for new board members presentation. We're having a roundtable panel, as you can see there too, for kind of new board members and hear from your tenured board members about what it's really like to sit up in those seats for an extended period of time. And then we currently have two of our local legislators scheduled to attend and provide some brief remarks, as you can see there. So I think it's a really good agenda. I can get you some more information on the particulars through staff if you're interested, but we really encourage you, if you can, to attend that. I think we have 30 attendees right now, and it's going to be a good program. It's basically from 8:30 to noon down at the Cameron Park Community Services District. Turning to our professional development program. So again, the other side of CSDA is on the, we have the advocacy side, but we are a professional development training organization for districts. The best way to put it is just a wealth of opportunities for training. Again, I included our Let's Learn, our professional development catalog for 2019. Gives you all the events, everything from every conference to our workshops to our online webinars that you can access through CSDA to get training on a whole host of topics. One of the things I would point out is the district receives some of your insurance through Special District Risk Management Authority. That's our insurance side. And so therefore, a lot of our trainings, you'll notice, are either further reduced price or even free for the district by virtue of that participation. So obviously, you want to make sure you get free money, you get free training whenever you can, and it's outlined there in the brochure. And again, any questions, you can always contact me. So we have some specialized conferences wanted to touch on. The General Manager Leadership Summit, I know Rem has been there before. Board Secretary Clerk saw Chris up at that conference in October. But we also have a Special District Leadership Academy, which is geared towards board members. It's basically a 2.5-day conference on how to be a board member. And it includes, classes on HR and finance and governance, et cetera. That's going to be, closest one to you guys will be in July out in Napa. So, not bad living, right? For the summer. So I encourage you, if you're so interested, to go there. I went through it myself, even though when I started with CSDA, I had a special district background, but it's a wealth of information, and I still reference my big binder even to this day with various questions. So again, you can see our annual conference is coming up later this year as well. Turning to our Recognizing Good Governance side, so we also have a foundation arm of CSDA, the Special District Leadership Foundation, which has various recognition programs for special districts. Our Special District Administrator certification for, as it says, for general managers and administrators. Our recognition in district governance, that's geared towards the board members. If you go through that academy I talked about and do some other training, you get a recognition from SDLF. Our District of Distinction is kind of our highest level. And then our Transparency certification, which you may have, some of you have seen me up here, I don't know, about 10 months ago or so, to do the presentation. NID has been one of the pioneers in earning the SDLF District Transparency Certificate of Excellence for 3 times. And all these programs I always like trying to bring it back because it ties into our legislative work as well. Because a lot of what we, as your advocate in Sacramento, even the legislators down there don't always get what special districts are, and there's quite a few of them, of course, across the state. And so a lot of the questions are, there's all these districts out there. Are they being transparent? Do their board members know what they're doing? Do their staff know what they're doing? So obviously these programs were created to help address that. And when we have folks who go through them, it obviously helps our efforts on the advocacy side as well. So appreciate the district taking the initiative on the transparency side and just in general, because I know that you guys have been very active in our training events. So. Information sharing, so again, through our website, we have you can sign up on that Take Action brochure I sent you to receive emails from CSDA on our advocacy, the bills that we're following, all the training events, et cetera. We send out a lot of emails, I will admit that, but it is obviously relevant, a lot of good information. There's opportunities to also talk with, I'm not sure if I put it on this slide, maybe it's on the next one, but we have a communities page, as we call it, on our new website. It's basically a big dialogue among special districts throughout the state where, we had this issue come up at a board meeting, and how do you, how's other districts handle that, or what's the best practice on that, or what's the law on that? And you'll have, attorneys and other special districts who kind of, go on there and provide responses. So it's a real interactive dialogue. That's a free resource. It doesn't cost anything to sign up for it, just part of your CSDA membership. So you can see, again, there's, a whole host of other policy manuals and other documents to help you. So Well, there's my communities page, so there you go. Talked about that. We got some legal advice that we provide through various channels for our special district members, our consultant connections. You know, of course, we have business affiliates who have various, you know, businesses that they do associated with special districts that we can help connect you guys with. Then there are various cost-saving programs, and I've gone through with the staff on these before, and can get you more information, but it just gives you a few ideas there on, you know, some of the member benefits essentially that's being a part of CSDA has. So I'll go ahead and just wrap up there. Again, there's all my, you know, contact information and all the relevant websites. Again, just would really encourage you, one, as I said, to fill out the that grassroots mobilization survey, look through the trainings to see what may be of interest to you. You know, I'll certainly be communicating with staff when we have our legislative issues coming up, our calls to action here in the next few months and throughout the summer, because we, you know, really appreciate the district's involvement in our advocacy efforts on your behalf. So appreciate the time once again, and I'm happy to answer any questions that any of the board members or any of you may have.
Thank you, Dane. What did your leadership conference last year in Napa, and for a $600 program, it saves us something like $10,000 in premiums on our insurance type of thing?
That's a good question, Director Miller. On the insurance side, I'm not as familiar with that as much because the SDRMA they're a separate organization. But I do know that there are. I do believe they did tie it, and it gets us a. Yes, I know that there are like credit incentive points that are a part of that when individuals attend those that you can have. Yeah.
So I would encourage the other directors to take a look at it and do it because it helps the district.
Absolutely.
I've also graduated from the Leadership Academy. I guess the downside is you only get that credit once.
That's true. Right. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Very good, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Public comment on items that are not on the agenda. I don't run a clock, but I will hawk the agenda part. Please be cognizant.
Good morning, board and staff. Lily Marie Mora, 11683 Alta Vista Avenue. I came this morning because I wanted to thank you for putting the article in the newspaper about the customers' use of water is down. You know, obviously you did all the educational programs during the drought that were very helpful, and it seems like we're following through as citizens, and I appreciate if you keep that water programs going in the schools, because I think it isn't going to be the last drought. Then the second point I wanted to make was I haven't been coming to the meetings as much, and so maybe this is already on track, but still encouraging to get solar over the parking lot and the buildings here, because you know, the county is saving, I think, 85% of their electric bills are now being taken care of by that solar, so I encourage us to do the same. And then I had a question for the board, and you probably can answer it today, but I'm concerned about the federal shutdown, as I hope everybody is, and I'm wondering if that's affecting us at NID. Thank you.
Perhaps Rem can address those questions in the General Manager's report.
Marin Lipowitz, Cedar Ridge, good morning. Please join me in the Earth Pledge, anyone who'd like to. I pledge allegiance to the Earth and all the life it supports, one planet in our care, irreplaceable, with sustenance and respect for all. You'll notice a little blue half sheet that I brought this morning, and let me just say that it's blue by design, because this is a very sad story that I'd like to share. You'll notice the image. This is kind of small, so I don't know if others can see it. The man in the center is George Gillette. He was chairman of the Fort Berthold Indian Tribal Council. He weeps as he watches Secretary of the Interior A.J. King sign the Pick-Sloan Flood Control Act on May 20th in 1948. So this is a face of grief for the sacred land, water, and its people, surrounded by the faces of malice, indifference, and violence toward the sacred land, water, and its people. The American government forced this chief to sign away 1/4 of his tribe's reserve land for a hydro project. They told him they were going to flood it anyway, even if he didn't agree. It was a common practice to flood any indigenous villages that weren't signed onto hydro development. The Pick-Sloan Flood Control Act of 1944 transferred ownership of large parcels of land from around the Missouri River, more than 20% of which was owned by Native Americans, to the U.S. Corps of Engineers. Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota tribes lost 202,000 acres. And here's another byproduct of that decision. Because the Missouri River dumped millions of cubic feet of soil into the Mississippi River every year, silt was deposited into the Gulf, thus forming a string of barrier islands. When the dams eliminated this silt, the island building stopped. In the 1970s, biologists sounded the alarm about this, but by the 1990s, the barrier islands were almost gone, so that Louisiana was left unprotected from storm surges and oil spills. Katrina. NID, as a public water agency, should adopt a broader vision, one that encompasses the health of the sacred land, water, and its people, putting away indifference and maybe even violence toward them. So, NID, secure your place as a water agency on the right side of history. Dam building costs lives, killing rivers and their ecosystems. We are at a precipice on so many fronts. Do not cause more grief and loss. No Centennial Dam. NID, do the right thing. Stop the dam. Thank you.
Good morning, Board, and everybody here. Diana Suarez, Colfax. I have a question regarding the water rate increase that was included in the 2019 budget that was passed during the December 12th board meeting. Which water rate are you currently charging your customers? Is it the old water rate that will not provide the money you need for your budget, or the new water rate that is not legally approved? I have noted that the 3-page Nevada Irrigation District strategic plan expired last year, so now is the time to write a new plan. The old strategic plan says, quote, "We recognize that the decisions that are made by the district can make a greater impact on our region than just the collection and delivery of water, generation of electricity, and the providing of recreational opportunities," end quote. That is why the planning process must be open and accountable to all stakeholders in the region, including the Placer County residents of the Bear River watershed. Quote, "Further, we believe in sustainability, managing, protecting, and enhancing our environmental resources to provide for future generations," end quote. We have repeatedly asked the NID board to protect the last 6 miles of publicly accessible Bear River for future generations. Sustainable management does not mean expansion of your infrastructure, for instance, Centennial Dam. It means maintaining your infrastructure. Gary King will say that you are, and I see the constant stream of projects that come to the board. However, the largest annual budget item is the elephant in the room, a $1 billion dam that eats away at the district's reserves and ratepayer and taxpayers' hard-earned money. California is currently working on its strategic plan, the California Water Plan Update, Managing Water Resources for Sustainability. This plan is updated every 5 years by the Department of Water Resources. The department has taken a collaborative approach to updating the plan. In addition to the 30-member state agency steering committee, there is also a 50-member stakeholder policy advisory committee, as well as a 30-member tribal advisory committee. After NID completes updating the district's strategic plan, the integrated water management plans can be written. NID has focused on the raw water plan. However, with over 50% of the water currently for the environment, where is the environmental water management plan? The upcoming unobstructed flow requirements for the Delta will be a challenge best met with a plan for an ecological water budget. Without this planning, NID will again cast itself as a victim, with no one to blame but yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, board, employees, and members of the public. I'm Mike Pasner, owner of Indian Springs Organic Farm. Been farming organically with NID water for 32 years in Penn Valley. I want to talk with you today about NID's Integrated Vegetation Management Working Group. It's made up of a changing number of individuals. 5 were chosen by each board member, each of last year's board of directors. The other 8 members were chosen by RIM. This group is closed to stakeholders. They have no minutes and no agenda. Why isn't this group made up of stakeholders and interested members of the public? Another working group from Scotts Flat Reservoir was formed to deal with fencing on the dam's overflow. It's made up of mountain bikers, hikers, and other concerned citizens. Why is one group open and the other restricted? I've never gotten an answer to that, and I'd love to have one, Ren. Maybe you can do that in your little talk later today. The Integrated Vegetation Management Working Group was formed to deal with Roundup. The World Health Organization declared Roundup a probable carcinogen. The Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment has placed glyphosate on California's Proposition 65 list of chemicals known to cause cancer. NID still sprays Roundup on 350 miles of its 450-mile ditch conveyance system. Roundup's been used for about 42 years. Its inevitable banning is becoming a reality. Elemental copper-based herbicides, Cutrine, Nautique, Cap-10 are currently dripped directly into the water on 350 miles of irrigation ditches. They will most certainly be proven to be as dangerous as glyphosate. This working group is closed to stakeholders except for those appointed. Why is that? This group has no minutes, no agenda, and I'm still curious about that. One of the solutions for this ditch maintenance instead of these herbicides is a rubber tracked excavator. Small one, NID owns them. They run them down the ditch system once a year as it is. Pull them out when you have a bad problem with algae instead of using all of these herbicides. In 1982, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger's EPA did a focused study of copper-based herbicides used in water. Humans show signs of sickness at 1,300 parts per million of elemental copper. Cattle get sick and lose weight at 500 parts per million. Sheep show illness at 250 parts per million. I've been reading about water standards for livestock safety. They're showing bad effects at even lower numbers, even down to the parts per billion. Brian Morris, NID's Assistant Maintenance Superintendent of Vegetation, says the threshold for humans is 2,500 parts per million. Why is there an existing discrepancy on those numbers? September 20th last year, I received a cease and desist order from Dustin Cooper, a member of NID's legal team, for sampling ditch water for elemental copper. The letter states that I sampled/stole water out of the irrigation ditch on my property. They're telling me it's illegal to sample water on my property. Why is that so? This is called unfair decision making. I sincerely hope the influence of our new directors will change this unfair decision making method of operation and work towards the effective reduction of herbicide use. I look forward to your replies. NID is a great organization. I'm sure we can fix this problem and a couple of other serious ones. Thank you.
So I've asked the general manager to abandon or disband the Vegetation Management Committee and just put it in Maintenance and Resources.
Right on.
So, becoming a moot question on that aspect.
Good morning. My name's Carol Brady, and I'm a resident of Alta Sierra Ranches. Last year, I brought a concern before the previous board about the potential impact of the Centennial Project on residential wells in the vicinity of construction of the dam and the raw water pipeline with the 60-foot wide footprint that'll go from Mount Olive down Magnolia, and also diversion of Magnolia Road. We don't know what impact that will have on our well's ability to recharge through fractured rock. And I've looked all over the place for answers to that question. I haven't been able to find anything definitive. I've heard everything from, gee, you worry too much, to, oh my God, that could really impact your well. And I don't have any studies that'll give me the real answer. So I have a request to make of the board. I did call the UC Davis Institute for Watershed Sciences, and I got the names of 2 professors who specialize in groundwater issues. I don't know if they're the right people to conduct a study to just see if there's a potential answer for this. And I don't have the title or the resources to attract their attention. But you're NID, and if you got in touch with these guys, and used some of your budget to potentially commission a study to try to answer this before proceeding with Centennial, it would mean a lot to the residents who rely on groundwater and wells in the area of the project. So I copied the professors' bios and their contact information. I've got a copy for each board member and for your general director.
Thank you. Sure.
And if you would consider, I know you can't answer or discuss this issue at this moment, but if you consider maybe using a little bit, you have $2 million. If you'd use a little bit of the budget to study the potential impacts of construction on our wells, we'd appreciate it. So thank you very much. And I also just want to take 1 second to publicly thank Nick Wilcox. He spent 3 hours in the cold with my husband and myself showing us how to monitor our well. So that was very kind of you, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
And the poinsettia is still looking beautiful.
Good
I'll claim
afternoon.
it as a campaign donation.
And I want to thank the board for holding this meeting and for all that NID does. I'm not here to wave around statistics and numbers. My name is Michael DiMartino. I'm a concerned member of our community. For the last 3 years, I've done a regional-based television and radio show called The Golden Road, where I broadcast now in 7 counties, all the way from Siskiyou County and Mount Shasta to Sacramento, and Davis to Truckee, including Nevada County, Butte County, Shasta County, Sacramento County, Placer, and Calaveras County. So the reason I'm here is because the issue of using Roundup and heavy metals in the irrigation ditches is absolutely unacceptable. So even though I'm just standing here as a person and I don't have pages and pages of research, I have over 200 hours of interviews and broadcast media that I brought in some of the top people in the country regarding glyphosate. I brought in water hydrologists and scientists. I'm greatly involved in a water testing project right now, and there's a lot of science and concern in our community about this issue. So I'm here just to simply appeal to the humanity of that. These are toxins that is affecting the health of our children and the health of our community. And if anybody wants to go to Golden Road TV on YouTube and watch some of the testimonies and the science and the research of the people that I brought in and funded out of my own pocket to bring this up to the community's awareness, you happily can do that. But most importantly, that this is a real flashpoint, you know, whether it's NID using Roundup or heavy metals in the water, or it's Crystal Geyser tapping the headwaters of Mount Shasta, where the city of Weed has actually lost their water rights. These are serious issues. This is about the vitality and health of our community for decades and generations to come. And currently I'm organizing a water protectors rally at the state capitol in September, where all of these issues are going to come to light, because I'm just one person, but I represent the voice of thousands of people that I've met face to face, and parents whose kids suffer with some of these illnesses, and it's just not acceptable. So I know it's a hard job to sit there and make decisions. I know all of you probably have families and you want to do the right thing, and there's a lot of pressure. But I'm appealing to you as just a human being right now, not an investigative journalist, not a researcher, but someone who is really horrified on the impact of these things in our environment and to our community. And I hope that within your hearts you can all find the opportunity and the technology and the funding to do the right thing. So thank you very much.
So it brings up the consent agenda. There's been a request to take number 3 off. There's this is a yearly mandate, isn't it, that we always post these?
We're supposed to post it, yes, sir.
Okay,
but
so
we have
what was
some
the problem with this at this time?
We have a couple of job descriptions that need to be inserted in it that
It
are not
wasn't-
currently utilized, so
Okay.
we need to bring it back to the board in February.
Next month, okay. Anybody have
Mr. Miller,
a
I'd like to
concern about
pull
that?
item 1.
Oh, but on number 3, does anybody have a concern about pulling it for that reason?
We're pulling and tabling it, basically.
For next month?
We're just pulling that.
Next time, next month.
Pulling it.
Something was inaccurate in it. I did see the general manager's pay. I had to go there, sorry. So you had another item on which?
I have a question about item 1.
On the minutes.
On the minutes of the Ore Creek Mitigated Net Use Declaration. The way this item was presented initially, so and I understand, so I have a lot of questions, so let me gather my thoughts. I wasn't aware that when the videotaping became a policy, that the official minutes are the videotape. And the minutes that we're approving here really don't tell you about what was discussed. It says that in this particular item, it says that the adopted resolution approved the project mitigation monitoring report for the project as amended. But it doesn't say how it was amended. And you can't, and so you'd have to go back and go to 1 hour and 42 minutes into the NID meeting. I think that these board minutes should be very succinct. It could say on this item, Director Peters had concerns with a low-level outlet. There was a modification to the resolution to adopt it, as well as the other minor changes. Note them in the final that they were changes in this document, and then post the resolution. And I just learned that NID doesn't post any resolutions. They sit in a locked vault, so you can't really see the resolutions of decisions that were made or what they were about. And when you read the resolution, it doesn't really give you a lot of information about how it was changed, if it was changed between the initial and the final. And so this is just an example of where we can improve. I think that we need some improvement, and I know that we're not required to give any discussion about these, because people could go to and our board meetings have been quite lengthy lately. And so I would like to propose that on these minutes that we have a brief synopsis. It can be one sentence, and if the resolution changed or something in the document changed, note it in the resolution, note it in the minutes, so we don't have to go back to the draft minutes to find out that the project's on the west side of 49 instead of the east side of 49, and that it's, so the changes that were made to the document should be represented in the minutes. I don't want to belabor that anymore, but that's my concern about these minutes.
Okay, I understand your request. I would also argue that this is a discussion item that has not been noticed according to the Brown Act, and therefore it has to be noticed and discussed at a later time.
Okay,
Dustin?
I'm good with that.
Hmm? Do you?
Let's let Dustin chime in on that.
Yeah.
She has
Well-
specific things. I was gonna say, what do you want us to change in the minutes so we can
She
approve
wants,
them?
she wants us
But
to change
you're
procedure.
talking I hear you. So let's let Dustin.
So, I'm agreeing with both of you. There is a
I'm
larger.
thinking, they're both right.
There's a
Thank you,
lot,
Dustin.
there's a larger discussion here. I'm looking at RIM. My recollection is we have a district policy on the minutes and the level of detail in the minutes.
Yes.
So, Director Peters, if you would like to address that, I see that as a broader policy issue. We should agendize that for a future meeting. There is also the matter of whether these minutes accurately reflect your meeting. And if you're of the view that they do not, then I think this is a matter that's agendized, and you can propose language to clarify or strike or add to, and that's perfectly acceptable.
With respect to this particular set of minutes.
Correct.
Right. Yeah, so your concern is a general
Well-
one, and that's a policy issue. It needs to be agendized. I have no problem with you making amendments to these minutes.
And she doesn't need to clear it through you. Dustin, thank you for the answer. Are you comfortable with Dustin?
Yes.
Chill a little bit.
That's fine. Thank you, Scott.
Don't mean to chastise. So,
That's your job.
in this moment, we wanted to make some corrections to the minutes
Yes.
on the agenda. And Chris, are you able to take those now, or what would be, and do you have them prepared, or would you like to bring it later, and then we could carry these minutes till next time? Whatever's convenient for everybody to get the work done.
I would like it to be on record that on this particular one, I was concerned about the low-level outlet, how it was portrayed in the document.
And the east and west.
And there was modifications in the board agenda, agenda item for the item on January 9th. It doesn't, the agenda item doesn't even mention this low-level outlet. It's not even said anywhere in the staff report.
So your
that
correction
there's
to it is what we're looking for.
Right, so my correction
What would you
to
like it to say?
is that there's concern on this low-level outlet. The resolution was amended, and put the language of what was amended in the resolution, so when you read this, you understand that of these resolutions, and this will go on to my request for addressing this board minutes item. I think resolutions should be meaningful and explain what the item was and what the decision was. And it should be public documents. It shouldn't be locked in a safe. What if the cloud rains and you lose all your information that's stored electronically? We don't have, these are locked in a fireproof safe. They should be enough information to understand what happened. So I'd like to note that I had concerns about the low-level outlet, and that I'd like the changes to the resolution noted in the, changes to the prior resolution noted in the minutes. Does that make sense?
Really, we need to chill out here for a minute. Chris, do you understand? And I'm not really hearing the specifics you want.
Okay.
We're glad to do it, but you need to
Yeah.
formulate it into I would like this,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
For
it
Chris
says
to be
public
able to
comment.
type it
Diana
for you.
Forrest had a public comment. Laura
The
Peters had concerns
pontification.
about the low-level outlet. Then it was adopted as amended, and show how it was amended, the language of what was amended. I prefer the whole resolution be attached to it, but I believe that's part of this other item, which is the broader item
I
that
see what
Nick
you're saying,
brought up. So at least know what the changes were.
So if I understand correctly, then you would like to, are you making a motion then to approve the minutes to include the wording as amended on the resolution? The addition of the resolution verbiage that we added during the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And specifically, she said the east-west should be stated, and your your concerns over the low-level valve. She needs to be, put them in a minute.
That's exactly
Tell her
right.
what you want to have in
And
it.
the staff report did note the changes, the errors, but it did not note the
So the-
low-level outlet.
Again, the criticism is taken, so now what's the correction? Be specific. You're instructing her to do something, and
I did.
Are you satisfied?
I do. Are
And
you
is she
satisfied?
understanding?
I know you want me to add the, what was amended on the resolution, but the conversation regarding the low-level outlet
Okay, Director Peters was
east-west.
concerned about
Okay.
the low-level outlet in the how it's portrayed in the document,
Okay,
and that the resolution was amended as it was amended,
as follows.
as follows.
Okay, I
Yes.
understand. Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
We do.
I have a question. So Director Peters, we all got copies of this resolution that was voted on. Did you read this, and did this have the change that?
Yes.
It did, okay, because I couldn't figure out which was the change that you had asked for. So this represents what you asked for?
Yes.
That's
Okay,
it.
okay,
The
that's
draft
all I
of that
wanted to
is
know.
on the previous minutes,
Yeah,
on the
okay.
previous agenda item, but that's blocked in a vault. No one can see it,
Right.
or what any decisions were made. So, thank you.
Was that a motion?
I motion to go ahead and honor this revised.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
And that was adopted and signed by Scott.
Yeah, I got that now.
Can you read back the motion, please?
Director Peters made a motion to include in the minutes from January 9th, her concerns regarding, this particular item on Ore Creek, about the east and west low-level outlets.
No, the low-level outlet.
Low-level outlet.
It had to do with the location of the project in the
Yes.
original
I'll be
description.
listening
Minor
to the,
changes to the original document that were noted in the previous.
Don't need to minimize it.
okay,
Director Peters, just clarify it for her, please.
okay. And then also to, amend add the changes that were made to the resolution, which was an additional whereas that was developed during the meeting.
And that will be that whereas will be put into the minutes.
Yes. And that is the motion on the table.
So let's run that one by one more time, please.
You're gonna make me go into this low-level outlet, see, that's not my
I
field.
understand. I'm trying to help you as well.
I appreciate
So
it.
if we have
Okay.
just
East-west correction.
Okay, so the minutes will be amended to include, Director Peters' concern regarding the low-level outlets, and to include the verbiage of the east-west correction, and to include, the amendment, the additional whereas that was added to the resolution.
That's good, but you're missing one.
What's
It's
that?
the and/or.
The east-west and the and/or.
The and-
There are
and
two
you-
corrections.
There were two corrections that were noted in the staff report of the January 9th meeting.
Okay.
Those corrections were approved and adopted and incorporated
Into the document.
into the document.
So your motion is to approve the minutes with that amendment?
Yeah.
Do you need a second? We wait a second.
Oh, I'll second. Is this moving? Thank you.
Public comment? Roll call, please.
Division 1,
Yes?
Division 2,
Yes.
Division 4,
Yes.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 3.
Aye. So 3, we were pulling till next time. General orders establishing, district policy 3250.
Mr. Chair, we still need to do the consent agenda. We can
Oh, I'm
decide
sorry.
on one.
You're right.
Annual disclosure.
You are correct. I await a motion on the remaining consent agenda.
I move, items 1 and 2 on the consent agenda, which are the remaining items.
Just
item 2.
Just item 2.
Because we pulled the minutes.
Oh, okay.
I second it.
I move that we adopt, the remaining item on the consent agenda.
I second it. Public comment? And, oh, okay. That is where the salaries were. Never mind. Roll call, please.
Division 1,
Oh, reimbursement.
Yes.
Division 2,
Yes.
Division 4,
Yes.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 3.
Aye. Number 4, establishing district policy 3250, otherwise known as 3250.
All right. Good morning, board staff and members of the public. My name is Kean Summers. I'm the hydroelectric manager. I'm here today to talk about a new policy regarding sustainability. The end results of this policy are a bit difficult to quantify at this time. This policy points us towards some concrete actions. The policy directs staff to begin looking at ways the district can accomplish its mission while reducing greenhouse gases in a fiscally responsible manner. To borrow a somewhat outdated term, the policy requires the district to look at the triple bottom line of social, environmental, and economic sustainability. When fully implemented, this policy has the potential to touch all of the district's departments and actions. As discussed in the Administrative Practices Committee, this policy can guide something as simple as reusable bottles or mugs for the water at the board meetings, but can also guide large decisions about what projects to build and how they are built. With that introduction, I'd be happy to answer questions about the policy, but keep in mind the actual hows of the implementation will have to be developed once we get the policy in place.
Director Miller, I have a question.
If so.
Again, I hate to harp on resolutions, but this resolution, the whereas should say, you mentioned, you've told us what the need for the policy is, but we should be able to succinctly say, why are we developing this policy? And it should be, whereas this is the situation, therefore, and this is all of the administrative issues of why we're developing the policy, but it doesn't say why is the district developing a sustainability policy?
And
One of the whereases should say whereas.
And that's my question too. Where's it coming from?
Yes. Yeah, the resolution doesn't say why we're doing this resolution. And so I think that...
Dane Waddle have an answer on that one? Okay, didn't come from CSD.
No, he just became invisible.
You referenced it in the thing a little bit. Go ahead, sorry, Laura. So.
Does that make sense? I mean,
So you want to know where it came from?
When we read this
Whose
resolution,
idea was
well,
it?
we're adopting a sustainability policy, but we don't, whereas why? Well, why are we doing it? So we could succinctly say why we're wanting to do this, because and it's very good, I completely agree.
That's a good point.
Okay. This policy. But it's just, because in 5 years, when I go and want to look at the resolution, and I read this resolution, I go, well, why did we do that? And that's not on it. Why, what is the purpose of this?
But
That's our
stated in
structure.
the policy, we can bring it into the,
It's a standard structure
The
for our
why is, so the policy always has the purpose. We can bring the purpose statement into the resolution if you'd like.
Seems like a good idea.
Policy reference in the resolution?
Yes?
3250?
Yes, ma'am. It's the last
Yeah.
page in the item.
Right. And I think that should be in the resolution. I think that, because a lot of times, we want to read these, as we're looking at the information, trying to research how something happened and what happened, we get these resolutions, which I am an advocate of putting on the board, online, and we should be able to know what they were for, and just, whereas sustainability is a good thing, whereas we should be following current practice, this thing, be socially, environmentally, economically sustainable. And so let's say that in the resolution, that's why we're doing it.
Okay, so as amended?
So as a suggestion, maybe adding a whereas clause right above, so a new last whereas clause, just stating the purpose of the policy to outline the district's objective to be socially, environmentally, and economically sustainable through implementation in a fiscally responsible manner of actions, practices, and projects intended to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay.
So we're just pulling the purpose statement into a new last whereas clause.
Okay.
Is that?
I think that, this is open for discussion, I want your opinion on it. It just seems to me that we would want whereas why we're doing it.
I would agree.
I agree.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point. And maybe I'll make a suggestion. This is something the staff could think about working on. Sort of in line with what Director Peters said, you know, our website is a repository for all sorts of information. There are archives of past minutes, and now video of the board meetings is up there, as are the PDFs of the board packets and so on. It doesn't seem unreasonable to me to establish another line item on the website that would be an archive of resolutions that the board has adopted, because then that's you know, we can only act by resolution or ordinance. And so an archive of the resolutions would be an archive of actual actions that the board has taken. It would seem to me that would be a simple thing to do. There is an archive, well, maybe, not simple, it is a doable thing to do.
Remember, we're talking 100 years worth of resolutions.
I was gonna say, you might wanna bracket it in the last 10 years or something.
Okay, and let's do a bracket.
Give them something to
Let's
work
say
with.
5 years.
Something.
And if anybody wants to go back more than 5 years, then they could make requests.
Wilcox, before we continue, if, I'll remand that to committee, we'll take it to APC, we'll develop a policy.
That's a perfect place for it. I'm just brainstorming now, and I think that actually addresses your argument.
It does, absolutely. I'm totally advocating for that, and have the resolutions be meaningful, so when the public reads the resolution, they know what it was for, and then they say, oh, I want to know about that. That was on January 9th. I'm going to look at the video to see what the discussion
Yeah,
was.
so I totally advocate for an archive of those resolutions. I think that, that's a good thing to do. And we'll set bookends on it. We won't go back 100 years.
Why not?
Well, there's somewhere in the file.
There are most ancient things that we do here at the district that are based on resolutions or 1800s documents, right?
Well, that's a discussion that APC can have.
Correct. Okay, so right now we have a motion as amended with a whereas that brings in the purpose statement from the policy in as the last whereas, and will be so noted in the action minutes.
I like it. Thank you.
I was pausing at the general manager's overreach of running my meeting. Thank you for noting that we have a motion, sir. Chris, do we have a motion?
We do have a motion.
Do we have a second?
We do not have a second.
Okay. I'll second the motion, thank you.
Public comment. Sorry, I'm that way at home, too. Just get it done.
Good for you.
Diana Suarez, Colfax, California. I would like to note that the California Strategic Plan says managing water resources for sustainability. Nevada Irrigation District Strategic Plan mentions sustainability. That's how you tier. That's why you have a strategic plan. So it gives you a purpose for your policies. Sustainability is clearly mentioned at the state level and the district level, and I would submit that the theme of sustainability and developing sustainability is tiered appropriately. Thank you.
Yeah. So we have a second and a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Division 1?
Yes.
Division 2?
Yes.
Division 4?
Yes.
Division 5?
Aye.
Division 3?
Could you read the motion back to me, please?
To adopt policy,
All right.
250.
Director Peters made a motion that the resolution include the purpose for the resolution, which is actually the first paragraph of the policy that will be added in the minutes, and to approve the resolution number, where are we? 2019-05, establishing District Policy 3250, sustainability as recommended by the Administrative Practices Committee as amended.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Number 5. Morning, Greg.
Good morning, board, public and staff. I'm Greg Jones. I'm the Assistant General Manager. I am providing...
Your wage was in there too, I had to look.
Excuse me?
Your wage was in there too, I had to look.
Sure was. The purpose of this item, number 5, is to provide direction to staff moving forward for the raw water master planning process to pursue one of two directions. Number 1 is the process through the AWWA, American Water Works Association M50 process, or the proposed process, the Community Representatives Group process that we are moving forward on, or we were moving forward on. So a little background, the district, we are updating the raw water master plan through a community involvement process. This process aspires to reach and involve everyone within the community to help guide NID's water resource management efforts now and into the future. The process is intended to develop strategic options
that reflect a balanced mix of community, perspectives, and values. On April 25th, 2018, the board approved a public involvement-based raw water master plan update process, and staff began to develop the process and a project team. On September 6, 2018, the board adopted Resolution 2018-20 to contract for facilitation and public outreach efforts to support the Raw Water Master Plan 2018 update. Lots of project team activities went into place during that period, and on November 14th, 2018, when it was brought to the board to vote on the Community Representatives Group's guidelines and process, that vote was tabled by the board, was voted to table the CRG guidelines process until the new board is seated in 2019. So here we are. On December 1st and 10th, NID continued two previously scheduled public outreach workshops to provide the community an opportunity to discuss the issues and concerns that they felt for long-term water resources planning. The results of those two meetings will be discussed at this presentation and are within the packet that you have in your board packet. And it's really for informational purposes only. Of course, you can ask questions about it. The board today will also be given an overview presentation of the two different options and process approaches for integrated resource water planning. Number one, the Community Representatives Group process, and two, the alternative AWWA M50 process. Both processes are based on the same guidelines and contents. The AWWA 50 process is a tested method for water resources planning for many agencies throughout the state. The M50 process manual is currently in its third edition, and it was developed through collaboration with over 40 professionals in the water agency, academic, non-government, and consultant professions. The M50 process incorporates traditional methods of developing analyses and presenting those findings to the community, similar to a CEQA-based document. The CRG, Community Representatives Group, on the other hand, is unique. It's different. It's somewhat experimental. NID has never done anything like this before. The CRG process still follows M50 guidelines, but the difference is the community involvement aspect is amplified. Through the CRG process, the community is highly engaged and will take an active role in the development of integrated water resource planning alternatives. The CRG process has community engagement and participation as a leading principle, while seeking commitment on common understanding of water needs and the community trust. From the beginning, the CRG process seeks to offer ways for multiple community identities a chance to participate in a balanced way and contribute directly to the process. NID is currently engaged in the CRG process. Those were the first couple meetings that we had in December. And now staff seeks direction from the board on which approach to take moving forward, the AWWA M50 or the CRG process approach. I'm going to introduce Mr. Jim Crowley, who's the program manager for the Raw Water Master Planning process, to go through the presentation with you. And I would ask that we hold all of our comments and questions to the end of the presentation. It's roughly 15 or 16 slides, and then we can follow up with comments after that. How's that?
Greg,
Yes,
is
sir.
it fair to say there seems to be an element of getting off to a bad start, and we're taking a step back to come at it again with this?
I think it's fair to say that the first two meetings were
Well, but you're going back for, you're saying
Sorry.
this M50 versus the community base.
Yeah.
So we just want to make sure that's what we are going to do, kind of thing? So kind of stepping back and coming at it again a little bit?
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Well, this is
Because you had a couple meetings, so I'm just curious.
Sure.
So here we are.
It really is the community engagement process that we're looking to go forward with. Which is,
So it did sound a little biased in your presentation there. Okay.
Sure.
So because that's what we've started, that's what you'd like, or, all right.
It is what you will decide on today.
But this,
right?
this other is an alternative.
This other is a stated alternative that the state and many agencies throughout the state have been using for quite some time, the AWWA M50 process. So This is just two different ways of engaging in the M50 process.
So you
the
don't like me
CRC
saying backing up, we're pausing
We're
to take
pausing.
an opportunity to make sure that this is what
We're
we're
taking
trying
a
to do.
reflective light on what we have done and where we are now.
See, reflection does look back, so that's.
But we
Okay,
are
right
looking
on.
forward.
Thank you. You said to hold. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll hear the presentation.
All right.
Just trying to reference it.
Set up the presentation.
Good morning, Board and public. My name is Jim Crowley. Good morning, Board and public. My name is Jim Crowley. I'm the Raw Water Master Plan Update Program Manager for NID. Just to answer your question, Mr. President, the previous process was started, developed, and directed by the previous board. This is an opportunity for the new board to see what was developed and determine if there's an alternative direction.
Fair.
So,
Okay, good.
that's where we are on that. Okay. So, unfortunately, Greg stole a lot of my thunder. But today, we're going to go over the program history and timeline, talk about the status to date and the workshop results, talk about the alternative approach, and then have the board discuss it and hopefully provide us direction on which way to go. The program timeline Greg went over, started back in April, and then brought us all the way through the workshops in December. I know. Okay, so what has been developed to date? This is the process that has been developed to date. It's basically a six-step process. Process one is recruit and launch the community team. Process two is understand our water needs. That's going over the projected demands, projected supplies, and seeing where the shortfalls are. Process three is creating alternatives to meet those shortfalls. Process four is presenting those alternatives and the benefits and impacts to the community to the board to discuss and select a alternative or group of alternatives that becomes the guiding purpose for the Raw Water Master Plan update. So then the Raw Water Master Plan update becomes a repository of all the technical work that was done in the previous steps, and then it also presents an implementation plan to implement the projects that'll come out of the board's vision for the future. And then the last step is implementing each of those projects. Those projects are standalone projects that go through the CEQA or NEPA process depending on what it is. So those end up being the standard project implementation process. So that's what's been designed to date. So we talked about the two workshops that we had in December. We had a targeted outreach plan to advertise those. Multimedia, very successful with over a million media impressions. We had almost 600 unique website visitors.
Question here. What is the media impressions?
Yeah, we only have less than 100,000 people in the whole county. What is a million media impressions?
So a media impression is every time someone sees a message.
Oh, it's just a
So
view?
it's not per people, it's per view.
How do you measure that?
So it's measured based on the each different type of media have their own metrics. For instance, if you have a newspaper ad or a website banner, those providers have statistics on how many people click on those or click through, and those are the statistics that they give to the media buyers, which is us, to show us how many clicks we got.
So they've got tracking cookies. This is
Tracking
your
cookies,
classic,
yeah,
they're
so
they're tracking.
that's on the website. Billboards have their own analysis that they provide.
So, just so I understand, so as an example, if you take out an ad in our local Grass Valley paper, they have a circulation of whatever it is, 35,000. Is there, I don't know, someone here's from the union, they could tell us, but, so then is the assumption then that all subscribers see the ad and that's how it's counted? Or is there assumption that there's some percentage?
So I'm not familiar with their
I'm just using
analytic,
numbers as an example.
Yeah,
He's saying this is submitted to him.
Yeah, this is what's provided to us by the media companies.
Oh, okay, all right, fair
Yeah.
enough, thank you.
He's reporting a thing, but that's
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
It's just internet.
Okay.
Cookies.
So specifically on the workshop, we talked about a multimedia program, print ads in the Union, the Journal, and the Messenger, online ads, radio spots. We, the project team, actually reached out to over 60 folks with emails and calls to invite them to the workshop. And then we had social media targeted outreach as well. The earned media, that's media that we didn't pay for. So we got 2 articles in the Journal, 1 in the Union, and 1 radio interview. So the results of that is we got 110 people to show up at the workshops, over 200 thoughts and concerns from the community, and each of the individual workshop reports are in your board packet, provide the details of all those inputs and ideas that the community provided. If you group them into main themes, the community told us that they want to practice integrated water resources planning. They want to protect and maintain their community traits. There's your sustainability word. They want an increased role in community, they want an increased role in decisions at NID. And they also need to understand NID's responsibilities, roles, and processes. So the workshops, the successful outcome of the workshops is the community was able to have discussions about all of their concerns outside of the boardroom in an environment where all ideas were valued and included. As Greg mentioned, you know, we had some issues. The venues were not ideal for these workshops. The content did not provide or answer everyone's questions. So we know we need to work on that. So we have here a table of the evaluation of the December 10th workshop. We had people score 7 elements of the workshop. 5 of them received a score of good or better. The 2 that did not receive good marks, what we talked about before, the meeting space and the closing reflection. So we need to provide a better context for the discussion. So, you know, we're just getting started in this process. What have we learned so far? It's a new process for all. NID side, public side. It's not what we're all used to. So we all have to spend a little bit higher level of time, openness, and patience, letting the process to develop. What we've also learned is the alternatives that were identified by the public in the workshops are mostly the same alternatives that have been considered or discussed by NID to some extent. I think what we just have to do is have that discussion with the public in order to go over the assumptions that have gone in and the analysis and alternatives. And then the third thing we've learned is, you know, we're just starting this process, still lots of angst around it, but we feel the workshops were a good start to getting the community thoughts and concerns involved in the process. Okay, Greg talked a bit about this. The process to date is funded on the public involvement ideals of updating the raw water master plan. So to date, the thoughts and strategies behind public involvement is provide ways for everyone within the community to participate and contribute, provide everyone in the community options or ways to actually develop alternatives as opposed to just one alternative, but multiple alternatives, and help guide NID's water resources management for the future. Key to this whole public involvement process is the community representatives group, the CRG, initially envisioned as approximately 30-member group made up of different community identities. So we're looking for as many as possible members of the community to provide their values and their reasons for being in the community. Make sure that that gets incorporated into the alternative analysis. Starting very at the beginning, looking at demand forecasts and supply forecasts and developing alternatives. It is a very intensive process, no doubt about it. So we had some concerns about the effort and the intensity of the process. So as Greg mentioned, we're going to talk about the AWWA M50 Water Resources Planning Manual, developed by AWWA, which is the water industry's leading advocate. The M50 guidelines have a lot of recommendations and elements and steps that they mention should be part of a water resources plan. They're kind of boiled down to three main areas. Program development is kind of designing the process and getting it started. 2, technical analysis, going through the demand, supply, and alternatives. And then 3 is community involvement. So we have a table here. This first table compares the recommended guidelines for program development and technical comparison between the M50 and the CRG approach. So identifying the program scope, the planning team needs, water demand forecasting, supply forecasting, alternatives analysis. You know, both approaches have those elements from the recommended guidelines. Community involvement comparison, kind of the third element of the guidelines. Both approaches are based on the International Association of Public Participation Principles, and both develop and define the extent of public involvement based on the program need as approved by the Board of Directors. So when you compare the two processes, both based on the same guidelines and principles, They both have technical analysis. So the difference is in the community involvement process. The M50 is more of the traditional way that our industry creates plans, technical analysis, and alternative development, narrow it down, bring it out, present it to the public. CRG brings the community in at the very beginning of the technical analysis, and they stay with it throughout. The CRG is a very time-intensive process. Requires a high level of commitment from the agency and from the public that wants to be a part of this process. So that's the main differences between the CRG process and the M50. As I started off with, the purpose of the presentation is to provide this current board the opportunity to give alternate direction on the process approach and the scope of community involvement. So at this time, if you have any questions, we'd like to take those, and eventually working towards direction from the board on a process to follow and type and extent of community involvement.
Yeah. So, I'm the one that made the motion back to bring this back now, so,
Yeah,
new
why don't you-
directors, here we are.
why don't you-
And of course, there's always Nick. No.
You
have the floor, sir.
I cede the floor to you if you'd like to speak
No,
first.
you're there.
Good, thanks. So I'm just trying to get my head around how the M50 process differs from the CRG, from the CRG. My guess is, what I'm getting the impression is that there's not a lot of difference, that the CRG process could actually live within the M50 process. So the M50, I've read the M50 manual. The public process is not well defined. So the CRG process could actually work for the M50 process, and the technical aspects are rather similar. What am I missing? So I think it becomes an issue of how much and what type of community involvement.
Your slides kept saying at the end, of agency's discretion under the M50, and the CRG seems to define it further.
Well,
Expand on it.
there is, the CRG, we've had time to develop that. So we've, under the current or the past board direction to develop a community-involved update process, we went into the details of that. M50 says you should have a community process. It's important, but it doesn't say what you're supposed to do.
It doesn't may really vary.
It doesn't specify the architecture. No. Okay, so my impression is correct. The M50 process is not very specific as to the public participation component of the process. So you could have a CRG live within either process.
I have a question. Can you comment on the price difference between the M50 versus the CRG? As I know that we've signed contracts for $800,000 plus for the CRG. How does the price for administering the M50 process compare?
So the public involvement process really comes down to level of effort. So it's going to cost, the level of effort currently scoped is that cost. If the board selects to have a smaller level of effort, one would assume that cost would go down. But with respect to the technical analysis aspects of M50, I don't see.
It would be the same,
Yeah.
roughly, right?
Correct.
And one of the big differences I got from some of this is that the CRG, as it is designed, is 24 months. It's a very long process.
It's an involved process.
Right. And the M50 can be shorter. Is that correct? Could we do that? I see our general manager shaking his head.
Yeah.
We could do that over a period of, say, 12 months. And by virtue of shortening the time, we could still have a robust community participation component to the M50. And by virtue of shortening it from 24 to 12 months, there could be some significant cost savings. Is that correct?
I think that if you shorten the public involvement, it will have cost savings.
Thank you.
So my question to the staff on the board is, what did the NID do the last time we had a water rates, not water rates, raw water update?
So the last
in this
time was
process.
based on an M50 model.
M50 model.
Yes.
So that went through the process, we had experience doing that already?
Yes.
Okay.
And it primarily came out of engineering department.
That's correct.
That is correct. We did have stakeholders meetings on this. We bifurcated, let me explain, if you have a few seconds.
Okay.
Might as well discuss the existing raw water master plan.
And was that, I'm sorry.
No.
Gary,
no.
I'm gonna do a
Sorry,
short
I
version.
didn't hear what
Okay.
My
The
question
exist-
is, was that in-house, or did we have a consultant do that?
We had a consultant do the original one.
All right.
Jim and Rim doesn't know because
You've answered the
before.
question, Gary.
Okay.
We did have public stakeholder meetings, and as we moved to this secret document, we had public meetings too.
Okay. Perfect.
Right.
How many have we done over the years?
Over the years,
Yeah.
raw water master plan?
Yeah.
3.
Well, raw water master plan, I believe we had 3 during the development of the raw water master plan.
Okay.
Then when we did the CEQA document, we had 1 in Nevada County, 1 in Placer County for the notice of preparation. Then when we did the draft EIR, I had another meeting up here and down in Placer County for that.
Draft DIR of?
Well, the draft, that's why it has to be explained.
Mhm.
The raw water master plan has 8 chapters in it. At this current time, the board has approved the first 7 chapters.
8 was financial.
8
Okay.
was financial, and
Projects.
it involves projects, and it has to come under CEQA.
Right, okay.
That CEQA document, we're to the draft EIR. It has a $300 million price tag for that work. That's where the slowdown happened.
For the CEQA?
For
No,
chapter 8.
for the work.
For the
Chapter
8.
8.
That
Chapter 8.
they-
No, we already have paid for that. So in essence, we had multiple meetings on that issue. Currently, we're operating under Chapter 1 through 7 on a lot of issues with the district, sizing of pipelines and such as that.
Thank you, Gary.
I have, my primary concern with the current process as it stands is that it appears that the strategic plan is embedded in this raw water master plan, when in fact I believe a strategic plan is a completely different, much higher level document. And in M50, this is the M50 manual, in the M50 manual it says developing plans, that strategic plans are action-oriented for management level decision and setting direction. And so, and master plans are to support capital improvement programs. And so if we have a strategic plan that's expired, it was from 2016 to 2018, and of course it's it needs to be revisited. We need to decide what direction we're going, so if you don't know where you're going, any road's gonna do, and we can waste a lot of money trying to figure out where we're going. And so I think we should change, I agree with everything you've said, that CRG is embedded, and we as the district, we can define how much public involvement we want in the process. But without a strategic plan that's been well thought out, that had community involvement, that was discussed by the board, so we've been in business 100 years, now we're going into our second millennium.
Talk to them.
Yeah. And, we're going into our second millennium.
Almost.
It's time to stop and reevaluate. Is what we were doing before, is it working? If it's working, let's keep doing it. If it's not working, maybe part of it's working, maybe part of it's not working. We need to step back and do a strategic plan to figure out where we're going, and then launch this raw water master plan. I completely agree it needs to be done, and perhaps the strategic planning process won't take near as long as the master planning process. But we could have some public meetings, we could get input on the strategic plan, and keep them separate documents. Don't embed the strategic plan inside a master plan. And that's what my understanding of this particular plan for water embeds the strategic plan, where we won't have a strategic plan, all we'll have is I haven't seen any discussion on strategic plan separate from the raw water master plan.
Yeah, so, may I?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just so the board's aware, we're starting our strategic planning process. The APC is leading that charge. Each one of the committees will carry their section. So that
So I don't think we
happens in
should start the
2019.
raw water master plan until we've finished our strategic plan. I think that we need to know the direction we're going before we spend a lot of time on the master plan. And also this plan for water, and the public involvement process, I'm 100% for. But the terminology, pathways, when I hear a path, and I'm an engineer, so, you know, my vocabulary is limited, but I go, is that a strategy? Is it an action? What is it? And so it's not common language. It's not, and this says use plain English. Just call it what it is. Say it. I want to speak clearly and plainly so any person can understand what it is we're doing.
So what would you like? To suspend and do a strategic plan first? That's what I'm hearing you say.
That's my recommendation, is to suspend and do a
Well,
strategic
I don't want to put more words in your mouth.
That's what I
Okay.
said. That's what I said.
Okay.
You summarized, you heard it correctly.
A lot of words.
Yeah, I want to review for a moment the way things happened. We did a strategic plan in 2010. We did a raw water master plan and adopted chapters 1 through 7 in 2011.
2013.
Or 2013?
2013.
Okay, 2013.
5 years.
One of the outstanding conclusions of that raw water master plan was that in a multiple dry year scenario, we were flat out of water after 3 years, even while imposing stage 5 drought restrictions. So that's even, I don't know, what does that do to ag? Is that 50% ag, 50% urban, or is it 100% ag, 50% urban in stage 5? I forget. But it's a really severe level of drought contingency planning, and we're flat out of water after 3 years. Okay, so we kind of noodled that recommendation. That was adopted by the board. It was not objected to by any member of the public, so that is the adopted plan, and that's the data that is out there. And people can dispute that data after the fact, but that is the data that the public accepted at that time.
In the raw water master plan.
In the raw water master plan. Okay, so again, just tracing through the history of this, we're in a situation of declining snowpack and perhaps challenged in terms of storage capacity. So we looked at increasing district storage, and you can look at all kinds of other things. Meanwhile, there are some data that were not really included in the 2013 Raw Water Master Plan. I think our understanding of the impacts of climate change have become much clearer in the interim, and therefore the other impact that was not considered in the 2013 Raw Water Master Plan is the whole issue of in-stream flow. We were in the midst of the FERC process at that time. We did not know the outcome of the FERC process. We could not plan for future in-stream flow requirements. Those are clearer now. Now those can get cranked into the modeling along with climate change impacts. And so the data on which the 2013 Raw Water Master Plan was established is not current, and it needs to be updated. That's why we're in this process. This is really a continuation of the old process. We have been accused of letting the cart get before the horse and so on. I would argue, and you have said that, Director Peters, I would argue that's actually not the case. We're simply updating the old plan with current data.
So are you advocating for continuing the raw water master plan process in lieu of or before the strategic plan?
I think we need to continue the raw water master planning process that we're currently in. We need to, you know, roll into strategic planning, but we need to update the existing plan.
Yes, I agree, Director Wilcox. I think that the difference is that, like, as you mentioned, there's a lot of technical work that has to be done, that we need to prepare, and we can be preparing that technical work. We can be working on incorporating, looking at the models, including the climate change, and we can do that technical work while we're doing the strategic plan and defining how we want public participation and setting it as part of this other process. I mean, we could do that. They can be done together. It's not saying we have to linearly do them, is my point.
So I have no problem with rolling into another strategic planning process, but I think we need to continue on the track of updating the current raw water master plan with data that we currently have. You know, the current raw water master plan is outdated. One of the things that has changed, and Rem can confirm this or not, is that you know, we were looking at a 3-year critically dry scenario in the current raw water master plan. The state is now requiring us to look at a 5-year sequence. Is
Correct.
that true?
That is correct.
Okay, so we need to...
Five dry years?
Five or 5 critically dry years.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. When you say
You know,
five.
the worst case scenario that we have experienced is the 76, 77 period, which is 2 critically dry years. The likelihood of a 3-year critically dry sequence occurring is real. The likelihood that a 5-year critically dry sequence could occur is also real. And I'm not sure how we get through the 5-year sequence. I'm just not sure. I mean, we have serious issues confronting us. I'll get off my soapbox.
Well, let me weigh in. Oh, is that okay, Mr. President? Okay, thank you.
Open discussion.
Thank you. So I think I agree with everybody. I agree we need our strategic plan. I agree we need to continue our raw water master plan. Absolutely, we do. I think what we're looking at here today is what is the mechanism to do that? Whether it is the $800 to $1 million cost of the CRG 2-year that, or if it's something else that we can get done in a little shorter time with hopefully a lot less money. And I think that we can include a little bit more robust community involvement, because I believe we must have the community involvement. We must have our stakeholders at the table. We must have members. In fact, what I'd like to see and discuss with General Manager yesterday is some kind of like town hall type things where each one of us goes into our divisions and we bring in people from the varying divisions who all have different interests. You know, Director Peters has more ag folks, and you know, you have a pretty mix of ag, and you know, and I have, you know, a different demographic. And it would be nice to bring those people in rather than just say, you know, I think your thing said you sent out 60 emails to people who signed up. I sort of feel like if we're more proactive, we would maybe get more inclusion. And, you know, the other thing is, I don't think we have time to wait for 2 years to get this thing done, honestly. I don't think we need 2 years to do it. I think we can do it quickly, more efficiently, and cheaper if we do some other process. So, there you go.
And I would, you know, I would applaud a process that could be done quicker and easier and cheaper.
Well, the M50 one says it is. I don't know.
Well, the public, it might be done a little quicker. I'm not sure in the end that you win if you try and do a quicker, easier, cheaper process, because we're criticized no matter what we do. And if we opt for a quicker, cheaper process, we'll be criticized for that. We'll be criticized for a longer process because it takes more money. We'll be criticized for a shorter process because it's not long enough.
Well, you know, I took the liberty of
I mean,
checking.
you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
No, well, except that, now I took the liberty of going to the county and finding out they had this CAG process, which was different. They had 14 meetings facilitated by professionals. They had 25 members of the CAG, the Community Advisory Group, and the county paid $138,000, and it was about an 18-month process. I know we have someone here who was on that CAG process, and I think there might have been a couple of others. And I'm not saying it was perfect. I'm not saying everybody was happy. The truth is, we're probably not going to make everybody happy no matter what we do. But given that we're talking about raising rates, given that there might be discussions about other ways in which we can spend the money, I think it's worth looking at some kind of combination that you know, $800,000 is just a burn for me. I just have to say, it's just a burn.
On the subject of the $800,000, I'm confused about whether there would be additional costs or not in addition to that already. Okay, if we went to the 2-year process versus the 1 year, if we do a 1-year process, do we get money back, or
Well, so.
what's included in?
We would
renegotiate the contract.
We renegotiate.
I think if the board
Renegotiate.
selects the M50 process, we will rejigger our plan for water. And so the savings would be in the contract scope of work modifications to the consultant team, right? So the M50 does a few things. It does have a public process. We would engage in that public process. It does define, it better defines our course, right? The CRG was completely experimental. We were trying something way outside the box. Bringing us back into the M50, we still have a public process, we still have those mechanisms, but we have more control, I guess is a better way to say that, more understanding and more industry standard around us. And so I would imagine, Chris, that we would see a significant savings. Only in that the process is, we can define that process better when we're scoping with our consultant team. And the consultant team knows what our activities would be.
Which process would you prefer?
That's my question.
No, that loaded gun is not going to be pointed at my head.
No, that's your job, Scott.
So right now, so staff is prepared to move on.
I didn't say you got to vote, I just said which would you prefer?
I do that with
Staff recommends either.
I asked that yesterday, and he gave me the same answer. I'm not going there, so.
This is a big decision. I recognize that. Staff is prepared to do either, and we can do either effectively. One gives us more industry standard around us, around the board and around the district. The other is truly experimental, and it talks about trying to develop this idea, this concept of a community group that is leading the decision process and is educated as we move into the process, which interestingly enough, Director Peters, is in Chapter 2 of the M50, where they're talking about, you can either engage the public on the front end, and yes, it takes a lot longer and it costs a lot more money, or you can engage them in the end, and it's shorter and it can be painful.
Or you
Right,
can do
or
some combination of the two.
And I think that's where the M50 can help us, is
right.
to say, we recognize the two bookends in this process, let's strike for a middle ground, following the middle way, or seeking the middle path. And I think, to your point, Director Beerwagen, it will be cheaper, right? We would be shortening, I imagine, the timelines that we would be operating on.
So it boils down to how cutting edge and how experimental we want to be, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't know about cutting edge,
Okay,
because
maybe
I
not
think
cutting-
they both take,
experimental.
I think the experimental part, Rem, is about the community engagement piece. All the rest of it is the same. Is that correct?
So there's
Technical
so
stuff.
technically,
stuff
yes.
is the same. Yeah.
But it's how we drive that group. The pathways concept allows the community to select multiple pathways to present to the board, multiple solutions, multiple strategies to get us out of the problem statement. The M50 process is a standard facilitation process. We'll be driving, that group will be driving towards a final recommendation to the board and a plan. Yeah.
I don't think they have to be at the exclusion of each other. I think we can
Right.
have public meetings to solicit input on what strategies, say, these are the strategies we came up, do you have any others? Do you think there's better ones? We could have a public meeting that does that. I
Absolutely.
don't think they're at
Mhm.
odds, that they can't both.
They're
Right.
just different in the end product. The end product, a presentation to the board is a single item or is many items for the board to decide on.
But why would it have to be limited to one item? Why couldn't there be?
Well,
It doesn't
the
have to be.
The M50 process is a process.
Right.
Just like the CRG process. It just has, it has an understanding around it.
But if we gave direction to whatever consultant was doing it for us, we could say, we don't want just one pathway, to use that language. We want, we want to see a menu of possibilities,
Okay.
right?
Sure. The menu has dollar signs attached to it.
Understood.
And if
Right.
the pathway is a strategy, let's call it a strategy.
Well, I honestly don't think that one strategy, does it.
Right.
This has got to be a multiple strategy, solution. I mean, just looking at it in broad terms, I mean, there's demand-side solutions and supply-side solutions. I don't think we can achieve our objective, which simply stated is replacing lost snowpack. I mean, that's the underlying situation. I don't think we get there with either a full supply side or a full demand side solution. And so, so it will be a menu.
Mhm.
It will be a menu for sure. And we need the process to define that menu, and you have to have the technical work in the process to define the value of each proposed pathway in terms of real water produced. And I've said that before. But in the end, that becomes the issue. Because, if we've lost 100,000 acre-feet of snowpack, which in round numbers is fairly close, I think. Would you agree with that, Rem? Yes. Right. Then, whatever that smorgasbord of solutions that we come up with has to sum total to 100,000, or we are in serious trouble. I think that's the bottom line. So, I'll just say, I don't have a preconceived notion on which we go. I very much want to hear board member input on this. And my only concern is that we get to the same point either way, and at a reasonable cost and in a reasonable amount of time, without shortchanging the public input. And I know that we're going to be criticized for whatever we do for basically steamrolling the public. Oh, well.
Well, I don't know that shortening the process is steamrolling the public. I would
It will be
disagree.
it will be perceived that way.
It could be used that way, or it could not be, depending on how much inclusion there is, right? And I think.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think if this board wants to include the public, and wants to include the community, and wants to include stakeholders to the maximum extent possible. Would that be correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I have no problems with that.
So does that make you lean towards the CRG?
No,
No?
it's too, in my,
Well,
okay,
she's leaning
so
towards
you
the
wanna.
cheaper process.
So, well, I would just say,
But I don't know which-
what
I
I
can't
would like
figure
to
which
do is, but I think we need to hear from everybody,
I'll
right?
run my meeting, thank you very much.
No, well, I'm just asking, no, I was asking.
Third time you've said it to me, so chill. I might even like to speak at some point.
I know, okay, I'll be quiet then. Fair enough.
You get the chair next. The only thing you get to do is
run your meeting however you want.
bleepy meeting. So, General Manager, I guess I'll direct this to.
Yes, sir.
Do we have off-ramps with Colby?
Yes, sir.
And if so, how much have we already spent, and/or what's our financial liability
were we to take a new direction?
We can
Not
ter-
that
we can
one
terminate the
begets
contract
the other, I
without-
just literally am curious about the dollars.
So we've expended roughly 60,000? Yeah, we're coming up on,
Through December, the end of December, on the facilitator, 86,000-ish. On the outreach efforts, 58,000.
So $150,000.
but the
is
contract
all we've
is a
done to
standard
this point.
contract. The off-ramp for us is available, and it has no financial
Any
impact.
30, is it a 30-day?
It's a 30-day letter.
Mutual, blah,
Yeah.
blah,
I
blah.
thought it was 15, I just read it, it's 15.
15, so it's 15-day
15
shutdown.
okay.
Sorry.
Not that it necessarily, I'm not dogging you, I'm just,
Yeah.
as a point of the dollars and which process we go to. Right, it's not like we already spent half of it or anything,
Right.
is what I'm getting at.
Yes, right, we're early.
About $130,000?
$150,000.
Yes.
136, I think it adds up
Two
to.
meetings.
Well, so, the budget for phase one, remember my slide, the process? Phase one is designing the process, getting the team on board, and engaging with the public. So the budget in the contract for that was approximately $207,000. So we spent 130-ish of it so far.
Wow. It's a 2-year process then after, wow.
So the, much like the M50, the CRG process was definitely loaded in terms of the cost for each phase. Phase one was by far the biggest cost to get the project
Start up, like a construction site, you gotta.
Yeah.
Okay, let's, so, you know, we have a binary choice here, CRG or M50. Let's say that we took the M50 route. Do we get to the same place in reasonably less time?
Were you to be the vendor?
I believe
he
so,
says?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get to the same place in less time. It's a slightly different public process. The public process could actually be somewhat similar to the CRG. You could establish a community representatives group under the M50 process just as well.
Yes.
Yes. They would just be less involved.
Be less
throughout the
involved.
technical analysis.
So, in your professional opinion, Jim, we get to the same place.
That's a loaded gun.
Well, that's why it's pointed at you.
That's why you're getting paid.
Who's behind me? Greg's behind me, I'm
Yeah,
ducking.
just duck and,
Yeah, so.
and let
okay.
Greg take the bullet.
Yeah, so, the one thing I really like about this boardroom are these 3 murals up here, okay? Pre-NID, NID starting, NID today. This entire raw water management plan process is about the 4th panel, right?
What it looks like in the future.
NID's community gonna look like in
100,
50 years? So, there's lots of ways to figure that out and talk about it. The only opinion I'm going to provide is, I don't think one way is wrong, and there's lots of ways to do it, and it comes down to the direction from the board.
So, we got some public lined up to speak.
Oh, they're just standing room
If
only.
you'll, acquiesce at the podium.
Hi there, Board. I'm Mikos Faberson, Nevada City.
Good morning.
I have several comments directed to the current discussion and some background considerations as well. One thing I'll note, as a member of the public, I attempted to locate M50 and discovered that if I wanted to buy it, it was $185. So fortunately, I see that you have it, and Nick, I'm glad you've read through it. Sounds like Laura has read some of it as well. I don't know about the rest of you. But for a public member, it's hard for me to come up here and comment on the adequacy of that versus the adequacy of the the so-called CRG process that's been talked about, because I really don't know what's in it. I have read the table of contents of the AWA, or the M50 manual, and I would say that if you're going to, I would say, regardless of which one you do, I would request that you post sections, Chapter 2 covering planning policies in that manual, Chapter 5, water demand forecasting, Chapter 8, water supply assessments, and Chapter 9, alternatives analysis. At least if we had that, we'd have some idea of what the discussion is about. I do note that the American Water Works Association, it's really a national organization, and it may be used in the state here, but it's not very state-specific, at least as far as I can tell from the little that I know about it. So I'm not sure, maybe you've used it in the past for the other raw water master plan developments, and in which case that's good, you have some familiarity with it. But anyway, let me step back now and comment on the CRG process, or that we've seen to date. I think we've gotten off to a terrible start. I think the problem that we will have it's a management problem of the public input process. And I think when we ask for, we have an open-ended discussion, like, what do you think about water? And if we're proposed to, do we think are we gonna run out of water, and tell us what you're gonna do if you do? The deck is a little stacked. I think that people aren't prepared to contribute in any particularly helpful way. Now, I participated in the first community workshop and was cold like everybody else, but we did generate, some columns of specific grouped ideas, and I thought that's worthwhile to begin with to warm people up. But I think if whatever public process is going to be used, it should be orchestrated, it should be prepared for. If I'm going to participate as a member, I think I ought to come to the table or tables, and I'll get to that in a minute, prepared. And I have some background so I know what the heck a raw water master plan is. So I've read the table of contents. Even if I don't understand everything in there, I come with some familiarity. I can see what gaps are missing and maybe propose that, gee, the next one that we do maybe didn't adequately address climate change, or didn't have the 5-year versus 3-year term drought adequately considered. So that's just one example, but I think that people have to be prepared. There's obligation on our part as public participants to do some background reading and come prepared. I think there's obligation on the part of the facilitating organization, whether it's the one we have now or some other body, to prepare people in advance for that. Have an agenda that is organized, maybe strategically done. I'm not going to speak to whether we have a strategic plan or not. I think that's a great idea to have that first. Everything should come under that rubric. But since we're talking about the raw water master plan, we need to go about it in a very organized sense. Now, the other thing I wanted to comment on, I mentioned tables, of having stakeholders at the table. Well, we have more than one table. We have the community resources group. And what my fear is around it as it's conceived now, it's a place for people to come and throw out some ideas again. And there's no discussion of the articulation between the technical group, which is where most of this work is going to be done. And that's the part I'm interested in. I want to sit and participate in that, or have others that I feel have some background in this and have some knowledge and have some concerns, maybe different than those that the NID board has. I think there should be a place at that table as well. And while I have read step 2 very carefully as outlined in this document, it's following that, a lot of what I read in there seems, it's hard to kind of follow. It's hard to comprehend. It looks like that there's going to be opportunities for public involvement in in the examination of the assumptions that go into some of the forecasting models. But I can't really tell because there is no timeline for any of this. There's no milestones that might be associated with that timeline. There are no decision points that I can see that are mentioned in that document. And I think that's where this program plan is inadequate at this point. So I think that needs to be better defined than it is. And these, what I call the methods of coordination or articulation between those groups and maybe between the board itself has to be better defined, and there needs to be opportunities in there, not to just be a group that comes together in maybe the traditional public participation process where you get an opportunity to comment on a draft document. You may have had no opportunity to have any input into it, but once it's out there, whether it's a secret draft EIR, yes, there's always opportunity to comment, and those usually are addressed, but that's way late in the game. So I don't want to see that. I want to see us involved in a very comprehensive, intelligent manner, and hopefully one that saves us time, so we don't go spinning our wheels and bringing up the same issues over and over again. Anyway, I think it's important that you go in that direction. The last thing I'll say, I guess it's a question, a couple of questions. I'm kind of now understanding, having read through the last raw water master plan update that was published, I'm guessing that, from what I've heard, is that this new one will have a very similar approach, maybe the same chapters, perhaps with changes in having more inputs regarding climate change, and as we talked about, the 5-year versus 3-year drought scenario. I'm wondering if there's any other things that are going to be in that we might know of today, other than what comes out of this process.
I specifically mentioned the issue of in-stream flows.
Okay. And let's see.
Both FERC mandated and state legislated here lately?
Well, we don't know those numbers.
There's 2 terms. That same term has different implications.
And the one other thing, it's you may not be able to answer this now, but according to section 1.2 of the last raw water master plan, the data for the demand model is ported to a Microsoft Access platform. And to examine that data, public stakeholders like ourselves need to have a copy of that database containing that demand data, if that's where the data currently resides. So I'd like to make a public information request, or Public Records Act request, I guess, to have a copy of that database so that we can, I have a lot of familiarity with Microsoft Access, both developing it and using it. So I think we need to see that data, and the sooner we can do that, the better. So thank you for hearing me.
Hi, George Olive, Nevada City. My comments have gotten shorter and shorter as more and more people have talked. This is a great meeting. It's wonderful to hear what the directors think about a current issue. You know, there are a number of groups working in parallel with the NID directors focused on the raw water master plan and associated issues. And I think this meeting is beginning to bring those groups together with the directors to co-consider what should happen with the raw water master plan process. I would like to second, and I think there's going to be some thirds and fourths here, that the Foothill Water Network letter of May 21st, 2018 should be center in your deliberations right now. The points made in that letter.
We send a lot of letters.
Yeah. So the key points that I see in there.
This one.
Yeah. deal with the initial process design, which we're talking about today. The proper makeup and role of the Tech Advisory Committee, collection of foundational hydrology, climate change, and raw water use data, which NID and HDR do not already have. This is data that has not been collected yet. I had originally thought I was going to come up here and urge the directors to consider a third option, which was to back all the way up to step one and start over again. But I think the deliberation you're going through now probably accomplishes that, and I appreciate your willingness to back up, as Dr. Miller has mentioned. The reason I think reconsideration needs to be entertained is, as others have said and will say, that the initial steps taken in the process did not consider involvement of the correct knowledgeable stakeholders. So the correct set of people were not consulted in some manner to get the raw water master plan process going. The process as drafted also creates too much separation between the CRG and the TAC, as Mikos mentioned. NID and HDR have too much control of the data. Current NID data, especially around population growth in your service area, climate change, and actual raw water need are incomplete. More data needs to be collected, which you guys have already talked about. There are applicable proven planning systems, such as the WEEP model, that could be brought to bear here, that could be helpful in your preparation to restart and collect better data. And lastly, the Centennial Project, this was my original point, the Centennial Project has prejudiced this process, pulling the data compilation in a particular direction to make the dam and a reservoir look like the best idea. So until the Centennial Dam is officially abandoned, the project is abandoned to the legal extent possible, that prejudice is going to continue to be in the process. So I would urge the directors to reconsider the plan for water and find ways to take advantage of the expertise and systems that are available in the community. Thank you.
Chair Miller, Board, good morning. Peter Van Zant, Nevada City, NID customer, taxpayer. I also, like George, is going to cut my comments short, but I'm going to go to the point. That letter that was sent by the network in May, I hope you will pay attention to it. It really crystallized some of the issues that have come up over the last several months with the CRG. And it says to dial back the public process to the basics in the manual, remember this one? That started this process. So one of the specific asks is that set up a stakeholder group, I'll address that in a second also, that sits in on the design of the process that we're all going to follow. That has not been done. It was the CRG and Plan for Water came out of staff, I believe. And specifically, not mentioned in the CRG, but a little bit in the Plan for Water, is the Technical Advisory Committee. It's in the HDR scope of work, and we know that the Raw Water Master Plan is a technical document. And so the technical group is extremely important, and as it's constituted now, it doesn't have a public component. And that's been done before. That can be worked out when we get all together, but, you know, open meetings, exchanges, workshops with the technical folks, because when it's all said and done, that's going to be the end product, not a 2-year community project where we just keep reshuffling the strategic plan stuff. So I'm trying to cut this out. Okay. Oh, and stakeholders. I think you know the network has been involved with a lot of watershed projects. Circle is a science-based organization. That's how they do their watershed work. Certainly, we would be stakeholders. Certainly, the ag community's got to be at that first table. And probably the local water managers in town, Grass Valley, Nevada City, Lake Wildwood, I'm not sure. A lot of expertise there and a lot of interest in what NID does. So, just summing up, the network, Circle, supportive of this process. We want the Raw Water Master Plan to be done right, and that is the document going forward. Personally, I like the idea of taking out the strategic plan part from the technical part. It seems to make sense. So, however you do that, please do it right. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I'm Alan Fowler of Big Oak Valley, District 5. My main thing here is just a little feedback on what I saw in the CRG that I attended. The group I was in, I was surprised, had over half were engineers. I'm a physicist. We had a lot of technical information. Lots of good ideas came out of my group. And I looked at the summary, and the summary were just platitudes. We need more water. We need sustainability. None of the hard ideas came through. So I think the CRG needs to be reevaluated and try and look for people with hard ideas. There are a lot of people here that have really good ideas. I buy 41 inches of water a year. I don't want to see it go away. Thanks.
Hi, Otis Wallen from Colfax. Just to remind that for over 30 years of my life, I was a facilitator, did strategic planning processes, multi-stakeholder stuff, including a $500,000 8-year process with Santa Clara Valley Water District on their major strategic efforts. So these comments come from that perspective. I think the board would be well served to get more information so you can compare apples and oranges. The AWW plan is a good framework for planning. It's excellent. It's weak in the specifics of public outreach and other elements. And I would urge you to be discerning on a couple of different pieces. There's public outreach, there's stakeholder outreach, there's the technical advisory team and that outreach. I'll speak a little bit more about the public outreach a little bit later. With regard to TAC, you have one TAC planned in the CRG. It strikes me that if you need technical information, the different kinds of information are just wildly varied. And you're not going to get good information unless you have climate change experts telling you about climate change. Demand reduction experts in urban talking about that. Demand reductions on the rural side talking about that. Groundwater storage, TAC talking about that. Surface storage talking about that. You can't get the same technical person because they're so highly focused to talk about all of those things. You need stuff on all of those different directions. With regard to stakeholders, the groundwater recharge stakeholders from Sacramento County and Western Placer are going to be very different than the surface water stakeholders and the effects of that and all of those things. Demand side stakeholders, your customers, and that's going to be a different stakeholder group. So you have different tax, you have different stakeholder input teams, and you may want a process team. People who are informed about what does good facilitation look like to help you. Just looking a little bit about what you have so far. I attended the second meeting. I would say that as I looked at the participants, I recognized a great many of them. And the participants were preloaded for and again Centennial Dam. You had a very highly controversial thing out there, and so when you called for public input, It was the already polarized public that responded. So I'm not sure you got a really good balanced cross-section of public in your first two public meetings. The second piece, I was really not impressed by the facilitation at all. My facilitator was extremely novice and clumsy. I heard that comment from a number of others. I was not impressed by the process that they used. Wildly gathering all ideas and then trying to narrow it down and then focus it into these areas, as Mr. Fowler pointed out. If you try to do that with a random bunch of cross-section of public in 45 minutes, you are going to fail. And I think the product failed. Actually, I think if I took the AWWA table of contents, sprayed the back with 3M adhesive, cut it into small phrases, scatter fluid against the wall, and then ask 12 random people from the public to come in and put it in categories, you would get something that was quite similar to what you got from two very expensive processes. So I'm not impressed with the product. There's other pieces. You've got some limitations in there. You only are calling for people to participate if they're within your jurisdiction. Lordy, I feel like I'm a stakeholder. I'm out of your jurisdiction. My land is in your red zone. You know, I've been part of a water agency in the past that I can easily say is a major stakeholder, part of Placer County and the groundwater plant that's out of your district, but major stakeholder. So the plan is flawed in a number of ways. With regard to public outreach, I think if you had strategic public outreach at strategic points along the AWWA framework, you would get much more valuable public input than you would having the group that's kind of already formed, meeting on a monthly basis with a great deal of demand of their time. I would urge you to, well, you know, the Cal State Center for Collaborative Policy is a much-used facilitation and strategic planning group in our region, well-versed in all kinds of water facilitation and strategic planning. Susan Sherry is the point person that I know. She retired a few years ago. She may be available in her retirement as a consultant to actually say, what would the AWW plan look like if you actually did an elegant process of public participation at the strategic moments, maybe 4 meetings over 16 months. The stakeholder groups, even more critical, early on, that stakeholder input, and the multiple tacks to develop the level of fine-grained information you need to make a good decision. And I think until you have those pieces put together, you're not going to be able to select AWWA over CRG with any level of useful information and balance in making a decision. So I would just urge you to do that, and there are lots of people in the community with lots of experience in lots of different fields who are here to help you. So thanks very much for your time. I appreciate this discussion this morning.
Good morning, board, staff, public. My name is Ashley Overhouse. I'm the policy manager at the South Yuba River Citizens League, also affectionately known as Circle. We're a member organization of the Foothills Water Network and respectfully resubmitted the May 2018 letter to you with a cover sheet yesterday morning. I'm going to read the cover sheet for the privilege of those that do not have a copy in front of them. The Foothills Water Network is a coalition of non-governmental organizations concerned with watershed management issues in the American, Bear, and Yuba River watersheds. Given the network's experience and observations of early efforts by the Nevada Irrigation District's implementation to update a raw water master plan update process, the network respectfully resubmits the attached letter for consideration by the recently seated board directors, relevant staff, contractors, and the public. NID's raw water master plan update process is a challenging undertaking and deserves a robust and open process to assure a credible outcome. While many individuals and interested organizations are considering engagement with NID's process, significant disappointment has been registered about its implementation. The network believes the recommendations in the May 2018 letter should be incorporated. Most important among them is the need to establish a fully representative stakeholder group at the beginning that helps guide the formation of the process itself. Stakeholders must trust the process in which they engage. Stakeholder trust is established by early involvement in developing the process, its goals, objectives, parameters, and work products. As far as the network understands, the CRG has not been defined as far as its actual work product, and the public involved in forming the process did not happen. Please consider that the signers of the letter are well informed about Yuba Bear watershed issues and represent decades of collective experience in multiple stakeholder natural resource management processes. The network intends that reconsideration of the May letter by NID board, staff, and others will help assess and correct what appears to be a prescriptive process that does not evaluate community input or incorporate the best possible data. I also have some questions, if possible. It could be answered now in public comment or maybe later in the general manager's report.
We're not in public comment, we're on an agendized item.
Great, thank you, Director Miller. The first question is, where else in California has the AWWA M50 process been used outside of NID? They mentioned that it's been used throughout the state in the presentation. We would love to know examples of other water districts in California that have used that process. Question number 2, slide number 3 in the presentation, bullet number 3. What were those facilitated exercises that helped form that process? Were they public? The network was not aware of those facilitated exercises that helped form this process. Question number 3, depending on how the board votes or its decision today, what are NID's next steps with the technical components of the Raw Water Master Plan? We are especially concerned about the original scope of work for HDR and the formation of the Technical Advisory Committee that was included in that original scope of work last year. Question number 4, have you consulted state and federal agencies about this process, invited them to this meeting so they could hear about this plan for water update and your consideration about different processes when you are considering public involvement going forward? Thank you so much for your time.
So, please stay. This isn't public comment, this is an agendized item.
Great.
So, who might address some of those answers? Item number 3 sounds like our vendor. The first one sounded like the general manager.
So, I don't know exactly, I don't know what other jurisdictions have used M50. That wasn't where we prepared ourselves. The facilitated work was internal to staff as we started to prepare the external stuff. No other outside entities were invited to this meeting, as this is a board decision.
Bullet number 3?
That was facilitation was of staff.
Oh, that is.
To get staff, the staff team in line.
Is that number 3? Number 3 was.
That was number 4. Mm-hmm.
Next steps is the board will decide M50 or CRG. After that, staff will start working on the work products that we can bring back.
So where'd the M50 come from then? It was not been used by anybody else.
It has, I don't know who it is.
We just don't know who's used it.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate those answers.
Bella?
So, again, my name is Michael DiMartino from Nevada City. I am an investigative journalist, and again, as I spoke earlier, I did start my own regional show dedicated to the Sacramento River watershed to look at all of the issues that not just affect Nevada County, but affect all of the people who are also upstream and downstream, because besides the county, we are also a interconnected bioregion, and all of these issues deeply affect the region, not just here in Nevada County. Once again, with a world of respect and appreciation for what NID does. Over the last couple years of interviewing over 300 individuals and organizations, I've come to realize how disconnected our community really is, and how many people are working in silos and can only understand and see what they see. So I want to commend the speaker who came before me, who said there are a lot of people in this community who have a lot of knowledge and effort to assist, I think, in the process. I will say that the CRG is an important component to this new plan because public involvement is the basis of our democracy. And transparency in a day and age where we can see how many people have expressed discontent by the lack of public involvement is pretty prolific in any area you look, whether it's economics, environment, whatever it might be. So again, I commend you in having the vision to involve the community in these discussions. And again, transparency is key. One of the things I was a little bit horrified to find out, even though I think it was an effort in the right direction, is the cost of the bureaucratic process of drawing together information in these CRG processes. I think as someone who has, for the last 2 years, hosted and paid out of pocket to host these public forums on a monthly level focused on what's called community resilience, and resilience is now a new buzzword. Resilience is looking beyond sustainability. It's actually looking at regeneration using methods of thinking like permaculture. How can we restore our groundwater? How can we create our environment or co-create with nature to have a better system than the way that we've done things over the last 150 years per se? So there's a lot of new science and technology and a lot of amazing, hundreds of people I believe and know in this community that I've interviewed and identified that I think could be great resources that probably would be happy to donate some of their time and efforts without having to bring in external consulting firms. And I'm not trying to, dog anyone in their efforts or whatever their business is and how they get their paycheck, but I think that this is a real issue that a lot of people who have the background, and just hearing with the representative from Circle, it's very obvious that a lot of people want to be involved in the process. So looking at that process, I don't think it's going to take 2 years. I think if there was a realistic public forum where even a month from now, because I do forums every month, we could get really the educated stakeholders to the table to talk intelligently about the science and about the research and to offer some really practical ideas as opposed to the process, how it went. I did go to the second meeting in Auburn, and although I thought it was a lovely idea to see, hey, I'm Farmer Bill and I want more water, those kind of inputs, I think that can be really time-consuming and can cost a lot of money, as we've heard. So just to wrap up, I want to be where the rubber hits the road, okay? I have a lot of other things I could be doing today and making money, but I volunteered as a concerned citizen to be here and spend my afternoon because holding these public forums every month, being a broadcaster at KVMR, being someone who has presented on both KAHI radio and KNCO, having relationships with KZFR radio, working with KUBU in Sacramento, and public access to several counties, I am willing to step up, as I already am part of the public committee and the CRG group, to help be the tip of the spear to help organize these forums and make sure that the organizations and the educated stakeholders with the science and the credentials behind them make it to that table and to help get people out of their silos so we can continue to move this agenda forward in an intelligent way. And I would say I would be willing to do that with no expense at all to NID, because these are issues that have to be brought to light and addressed. And I do this every month at the Digital Media Center, where we could actually be broadcasting it. Maybe some seniors can't come and they're at home, they could watch it on television. We could broadcast the KVMR Facebook page, which my last broadcast had about 1,000 people participating. It takes more than sending out 60 emails and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on billboard. It takes getting in touch with the people who are the community leaders who can activate people and bring back the faith and trust to make some real positive change in our community. And by what I'm hearing today, I know all of you are committed to that. So thank you for your time, and congratulations to Laura Peters, who I had the honor to interview. Thank you for all that you do.
You know of anybody down at Lake of Pines? Do you know anyone in the Lake of the Pines?
Yes, sir.
Who might that be?
Well, I can't pull up the name right now, but just to answer that question,
What's their field of expertise?
Microbiology, also water hydrology. The reason I've been working with this person is about the issue of a mass extermination of the geese population in response to the E. coli infection that's happened down there. It's the wrong approach to it. So if anybody wants to go online to thesourcedirectory.org, I created a resource of 1,000 individuals and organizations throughout the region who are actively involved and have been for decades around community building, and are scientists and people that we could draw from as advisors. And I've done this all on my own coin, again, as a concerned citizen, to try to bring these resources to light that we could use. I can happily go into that this afternoon, and whatever protocol is appropriate, get back to the board with some of these resources and contacts, to however it can assist the process.
Good morning, Board. My name is Tracy Sheehan, Foothills Water Network. I have to say I'm very heartened and optimistic by the conversation and the discussion at the board level today about this issue, so thank you. I'm not going to go over the Foothills Water Network letter yet again, but I really encourage you to look at that because it has a lot of detail in it. I think what's most appropriate at this point, and what our clear request would be as you're paused and making these strategic having this strategic discussion, is to consider how you're involving the public in the beginning of this process. And for the network right now, the most critical point would be to start with a stakeholder committee to involve the community in figuring out this process. It's something that is outlined more in our letter. It's something we're familiar with. We all are familiar with. It's actually in most of these books. But when you look at good public process, you're looking at having a stakeholder committee, a technical advisory committee. Again, it's outlined in the letter, but it's something to consider. And why it's so important here, and you've heard it from many different ways, but this is just my perspective, especially coming out of what's happened with Centennial. What's critical here is that when the board or NID chose to move forward with the Raw Water Master Plan, the scope was already determined. The job assignments were already determined. The strategic approach was already determined. That conversation, this conversation today, never happened at a board level, and it's happening today. But it goes beyond. Is it the CRG or is it the AW50? It's about the architecture, I think Director Wilcox pointed to. It's what do you want to see in this process? And there's so many questions to be answered. How does Placer County, we've heard so many of them, how does Placer County get involved? I think those are really important board questions. What do you want the process to look like? What should it look like to involve the public? And we would advocate strongly for a stakeholder committee that starts now that could help you look at this process from all the experience that you've heard in this room today and what you're learning of today of not knowing between an innovative process or a process that hasn't been used before. What have people done at this level in relicensing, in the integrated regional water management plans, in building dams? In Yolo County, I was on a stakeholder committee there, and attack. So let's press pause and continue this conversation and bring in people with expertise in the room, the stakeholders, ag, conservationists, the city and the county. What should this process look like? Get that buy-in, get the buy-in, and move forward. That's what I would suggest. And there's a second piece to this also. And I think it was outlined in the network letter. But there is a shadow, a dark cloud hanging over the process, and it's called Centennial. And some would say that it's biased some of the process decisions involved here. It would be much easier to press pause on Centennial as well. Much easier to press pause now and move forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello again, Diana Suarez, Colfax, California. I would strongly encourage you to have a strong stakeholder presence and in the strategic plan. Don't just make a strategic plan. Have a public outreach. Strategic plan is the the direction, and that's even more important, to have public input. And I just can't emphasize enough how important listening to the public is, because it'll prevent a lot of problems down the line. People just get angrier and angrier. From where I am, it will make a whole different reality. I mean, it'll save so much pain and conflict if you listen to people up front. I read your original raw water master plan too, including this graph that was included in your raw water master plan, showing the projection of how you say you're going to run out of water. Well, I compared it with actual use. You're 40% off on your data. If you've got data that bad, how on earth can the public trust what you put out and what you project? You need new data. Another thing is the actual usage is flat. People are listening to conservation and several other things. You need to deal with the real world. Don't just run around fear-mongering and telling people they're going to run out of water so that you can build a dam. This is wrong, and the public sees through it. Please involve the public and be honest about your data. The comment that I originally came up with in regards to the third fact on the Plan for Water website, which states, quote, Plan for Water is not directly related to the proposed Centennial Reservoir. However, NID understands that it is an activity of concern for the community. Centennial is a proposed project that has not yet been approved by the board, which means that it is on the district's current list of potential water resource management project options. NID continues to pursue all its existing projects and proposed project options so that all opportunities are available for discussion and inclusion in the Plan for Water process. No single program or process in NID's current management cycle is being paused during this time, which is an important basis to the process so that all potential solutions are on the table for discussion and inclusion in pathway development. It is expected that there will be a wide range of alternative solutions produced by the process, including infrastructure, conservation, meadow restoration, storage, and many others to be determined. This is not a fair representation of the facts. You say Centennial has not yet been approved by the board and is a potential water resource management project option. Why are you pursuing it if it hasn't been approved? Why are you spending on it if it's just a proposal? You say NID continues to pursue all its existing projects and proposed project options. This is not true, as you are not pursuing groundwater storage, and certainly not to the level that you're pursuing your dam. You say no single program or project in NID's current management cycle is being paused during this time, but both the Lincoln Treatment Plant and the Rollins 2 Powerhouse have been paused, so as should Centennial. What other projects have accrued a $14 million sunk cost? What other projects are budgeted at $2 million for 2019? Maybe meadow restoration is at English Meadows and forest thinning at Scotts Flat, but none of this is happening in the Bear River watershed. This fact is a misrepresentation that destroys any credibility for your program and NID because you say one thing and do another.
Diane, where should we do groundwater storage?
Well, there's an opportunity in the North American subbasin that butts up against Lincoln, and I'm sure Director Peters is very aware of the benefits of groundwater storage in that area, as it will benefit her portion of the district.
And that's where we are participating through
Have you budgeted $2 million to study it? If you had spent that $14 million that you've already spent on Centennial, you'd probably already have something going in groundwater, and you would have qualified for some of the Prop 1 money. Pardon me?
I'm trying to hear one of your solutions. And what water do we put in there?
You put in the water rights on the Bear. Take that water and put it into the ground.
We're kind of on a parallel track with that, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Would be those waters.
Thank you.
So if we could store them, we could inject. It's how you do it.
Marin Lipwood, Cedar Ridge. I do have some remarks on the Plan for Water, but I'd like to base those remarks on an article that appeared in the Narwhal in August of last year. Headline, Arguments in Site C Dam, this is in British Columbia. Arguments in Site C Dam court case represent cynical denial of Indigenous rights by the British Columbian Indian chiefs. The BC Hydro lawyers argue Treaty 8 never guaranteed any practical, traditional, cultural, or spiritual connection to any land for First Nations. So I'll enter this article into the record, but I'll move on to my comments about the plan for water based on this article. This could be a cautionary tale for NID to recognize both human rights and environmental rights. The time for governments and agencies to, hand in hand with commercial interests, plow ahead with destructive, short-sighted plans and practices is over. The time for thoughtful, considered, and holistic planning is upon us. NID's plan for water must encompass much more than a narrow, limited view of the expedient thing to implement in the face of climate change and anticipated water shortages and droughts. It must not be superficial window dressing, claiming to hear and integrate community input while in reality perhaps ignoring it. The casualties of Centennial Dam, spanning a broad spectrum of losses, from sacred sites to personal property to recreational benefits and so much more, are tragically unjustified if the calculations or the anticipated climate circumstances are inaccurate or off the mark. If NID truly values community input, why not apply the methods and principles utilized by Colby or any other facilitation firm that's employed across the board? Why not open every item at every NID meeting to community input? There are many high-skilled constituents who could bring valuable insights to the table. The benefits of an engaged, included community are many, not least of which would be avoiding the discord that mars most of NID's present encounters with the public. Thank you.
So are we looking for an action on this item? Direction to staff. Go ahead, Ricky.
Okay. Well, yes, I have a motion.
I was looking at the agenda.
Yeah, I have a motion. I actually have a couple motions, so I think that this needs to be done in two phases. The first would be, my first motion would be to direct the general manager to exercise the termination clause of the Colby contract immediately. And then if we have a second and we agree to that, then I have a follow-up motion.
Why?
Why? So that we can move forward. Okay, well, my second half of the motion.
Why are we firing?
Well, I guess we are.
Well,
I guess we are. Well, it's really to stop.
Or could you suspend? I mean,
Well, suspend maybe.
You said terminate.
Well, I think that the way the contract is, that termination is the only option. There's not a suspend option. Can you elaborate?
No,
It's either terminate or continue.
Yeah.
Right?
We can rescope any contract, but.
Right.
So
Right.
if the board's decision is to go to the M50 model, then we would rejigger the whole thing. If we're gonna stay on the CRG model, then that causes a.
Okay, well then let me
hitch in my
continue
ticket.
then. All right, so I'll restate this. To direct the general manager to exercise the termination clause in the Colby contract, and then direct staff to fully explore the M50 process, create a proposal for stakeholders to assist, and perhaps discuss dual tracks for a strategic plan and the raw water master plan at the same time. My goal here would be to stop the bleeding with Colby and open this up so that staff can come back. Perhaps it's APC, I'm not sure, the process, but so that we get some other alternatives that we can talk about more with more precision.
Mm-hmm. So this would be.
How many vendors responded when we went out? Was it?
Three.
There was just two, yeah, as it
So
felt like
we
there was only
reached
a
out
couple of
to
them.
15 plus.
So are they excluded
facilitators.
from being selected again?
Well, no, I think Colby
There's
could
some upstart
submit. I think
costs.
Colby could
Yeah.
submit to a new plan. You know, maybe they want to do the M50 plan, I don't know. But I just feel like what we have, we've heard so many times, I also participated, it's not working and it's too expensive. So I'd like to see us terminate and begin anew with another process. The M50 seems like it's the one staff is recommending, or, I'm sorry, not recommending, it's a loaded word, but is an alternative that staff has presented to give us some direction.
So you could say terminate without prejudice.
Fine.
Isn't that a courtroom kind of thing?
That's
But I
kind of a
mean,
court
that
thing.
means they, yeah, that's all I'm saying.
That's fine,
There's only
terminate
three
without
vendors out there.
prejudice,
We
but
really
to
want-
terminate,
we need
you
to
know,
know.
I'm a contract person, so.
Right, but
it
they may
says
have some upstart
15
costs
days.
that we could still save in the next one. I'm not wed to any of these people.
Well, the termination clause
Without prejudice money
says that we
is
must pay for all work done to date and so on. There's governing language about how they are compensated.
But you could say without prejudice.
If you would like, I will be happy to say without prejudice.
Your motion, I'm just
Okay.
clarifying what we're doing.
Okay. That would be my motion. Nope.
May we speak to that?
Yeah.
I guess my feeling is, I would actually prefer to see the Colby contract rejiggered, and not terminated.
Is that a technical term?
Huh? That's a technical contract term, rejiggered.
Rejiggered.
Yeah, I would prefer to see the Colby contract rejiggered. You know, actually, I like what I'm hearing about the M50 process, to be honest. And there will need to be some facilitation associated with that. I see no reason why Colby can't do that. I wasn't involved in any way with the selection of the facilitator contractor. I know one of the parties that was not selected, and that person should not be selected. I do not know who the other party was and why that party was not selected. Colby has a lot of experience, and
On that,
I'm
subject, did it come through APC?
Did
the
This whole-
facilitator contract.
Or was it just staff? that-
800,000 would
I think it came through
have-
staff.
Well, no,
The
not the
board-
payment
board
and approval
approved it.
contract,
The board
but I'm saying
approved
the
it.
selection process. I was not on
I think so.
APC either.
It was either an APC or who.
Okay.
It would've-
So I think the directors that were on that
Well,
APC
it was-
have retired and or moved on, so. I'm with you, I wasn't there either.
Yeah, I wasn't,
So it went directly to the board.
part of that.
Okay,
I do know one of the people who was not selected, and that person should not be selected. I do not know the other. I would advise, again, using the technical term, rejiggering the Colby contract.
We can rescope the contract. yeah.
We can rescope the contract.
Yeah, no, I know, I just wondered if it was an option in the agreement.
I mean, if you
Yeah,
terminate the contract, then you
Well-
have to put it out, and to rebid the contract.
Okay. Sure, we can do that too.
I mean, there may be other folks out there that would bid on this because the scope of work is different dramatically from what the Colby contract is. That's all. There might be Colby, might be someone here who wants, I mean, I don't know. There's gonna be other folks around who may bid it that we don't even know. That's all. I don't know anybody who bid on it, so.
I do.
That's fine. I don't have any, somebody can bid on it. Let everybody bid on it. Let Colby bid on it. And rejigger the scope of work, I guess, is what I'm.
Well, we would, this is the way I understand it right now, Director Heck, we would shift to the M50 process. We would establish a stakeholder group that would report. I would recommend that it do it through the WHO, because the WHO is the committee that's driving the raw water master plan. That group is then selected, it makes its recommendations, and then we are able to use that group to generate the scope of work that we would then release to the facilitator.
That sounds like a perfect process.
I like that idea.
And so,
Sounds like it gets us where we need.
and so where does that leave the Colby contract?
So we would terminate that agreement.
Yeah, I think you have to terminate.
Without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
I think they need to hear that.
Yeah.
Terminate.
The only reason we would be ending that contract is because I would assume that the scope of work would be so sizable that the boundaries of the scope of work and the contract itself no longer pertain to the work that we're headed
Right.
for. So, and, you know, it provides an opportunity for the stakeholder group to inform that scope of work and then to allow all 15, it was 15 that we sent out the RFP to? Yeah, so all of the groups that we sent the RFP to, we'll send it back to them, and then we can.
Oh, so there was 15 to start with,
Yeah,
only three responded.
only three responded.
How did you get that group of 15, though? I mean, it wasn't publicly advertised, it was you selected
So we
15 groups?
we got recommendations from everywhere. Anybody that wanted it, got it, we advertised it, and we added everybody to the list. Truly, everybody that was recommended to the district, both from NGOs and from internal practice, we sent it to.
Okay, so my question specifically is to Ricky.
Yes.
Okay, concerning the idea that the stakeholders are not represented at the beginning of the process. And the way I studied this, under this contract, that there is sufficient input from the community on all sides. And so I'm conflicted about who these stakeholders are not being represented at this point. Okay, and that would be the reason to rejigger or
Rescope, I think is probably a better word.
cancel a contract because they're not included?
No, that wouldn't be the reason to cancel the contract. The reason to cancel the contract would be to rejigger the whole process using Nick's scientific
Technical
word.
term.
His technical term, to rescope the entire process, and then to bring in stakeholders that I would imagine staff would recommend the stakeholders, and people would apply or say, hey, I'd like to be one of the stakeholders here. I mean, I don't know. This is not my expertise. But my intention was to use the M50 process with a more robust public involvement than the M50 I'm hearing seems to be. And by term...
The group has to define their public process.
The group defines the public process. Okay, well, so there. So the termination of the contract was in part procedural so that we can stop and stop spending an enormous amount of money while we reconfigure the process that we want within the M50 process and let staff tell us what they think is the best way to do that. Maybe that's not articulate enough. I'm trying.
Can I add something? I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the basis of Colby's approval or award of this contract was because of this top focused conversation and this plan for water process. That's what they bid on. They said this is how we would do it. The way you structured the request for proposals was to provide us how to implement this process. Is that correct?
No.
So it wasn't a straight facilitation contract?
It was a straight facilitation contract. The top method is Colby's method. That's all. So when we scoped out, the top method was their...
So we presented this plan for water in...
No, the plan for water came later. So we said that we had a scope of work that was, we're going to do a raw water master plan, we want to do a community engagement, how would you do that? And they presented their scope of work. Then we went through the three scopes of work and selected Colby.
And I believe if we went into that, if we had this focused stakeholder input development of the scope of work, and so we knew more definitively exactly what the path is, we could hire more focused facilitators, and it would be less expensive. I think part of the cost associated with this Colby contract is this plan for water concept and
the pathway the CRG pathway concept is what drove them to this contract, to this value.
And so by terminating that contract and clearly defining the scope that we want and how facilitators fit into that scope, we can sharpen that pencil and get a more focused deliverable from a consultant.
Sure. Yeah, well, as you know, anytime the deliverable is undefined, they're going to aim high, because they have to deal with all the unknowns. If we narrow the scope of work and we know what we're asking them to do, we can really focus that financial impact.
So I second Ricky's motion to terminate the Colby contract and develop the area.
Chris, you know what I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah, and I'm
Would you
glad
please
you're
read
asking,
that,
'cause I
that
would like
motion
Rick,
back?
I have the first portion of that,
Yeah,
a motion to terminate
okay.
the Colby contract without prejudice.
Correct.
Is there a second part to that motion?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Can you repeat
and,
it?
And I'm gonna restate the second part, and I'll do my best to address the language so that it's accurate, but if there's other people who want to weigh in, please do. So, to terminate without prejudice. The second part would be for staff to fully explore the M50 process, create a stakeholder group to assist in forming the public participation
Create a stakeholder
group
thank you.
to inform the public participation process.
Excuse me, Director Heck, how do you want me to do that?
Well, that's why I started to do two motions, but then he asked me to do one, so.
M50 has a public involvement work plan.
Right, but she wants us to develop a public stakeholder, to develop a...
Well, no, okay, then maybe that's not necessary. Okay, so the direction from the president is to do one motion at a time. So that's where I started.
Okay.
Direct the general manager to exercise the termination clause of the Colby contract without prejudice.
Okay, I've got it.
Okay, that would be motion one.
And I second that motion.
Thank you.
Public comment. Roll call, please.
Division 1,
Yes?
Division 2,
Yes.
Division 4,
Yes.
Division 5,
No.
Division 3.
Aye.
Okay, without prejudice. I've said that.
I'm just,
That's okay, I got it.
leave your options open.
Okay. And then, maybe Laura, you'd have a better way of stating the second half of what I'm trying to get to, which is for staff to go through the M50 process. Apparently, the M50 process has a public stakeholder group that informs it. I'm not familiar with that, so maybe you can formulate something. I'm not sure.
On the one hand, you could just say, because back to the agenda.
Yeah, that's fine.
That it was to give direction between the two. So if you had an inkling towards the M50 thing, then just
Why don't
make
I
that.
recommend that we ask the
Help me.
board, I'm
You'll
trying,
work
Director
on
Heck.
it.
Thank
So
you.
why don't we give staff the direction on pursuing the M50,
Okay,
and then staff will remit this issue to, sorry, blowing bubbles, remit it to the WHO, and the WHO can then take up the work.
There you go.
Setting up the stakeholder group that will then begin the process.
perfect. Okay. Do we need a motion to that effect, or is that just the direction to staff?
That's the agenda as a motion. Go ahead.
The WHO is the Water and Hydroelectric Operations Committee. It's our public committee. It meets on Tuesdays of the second week of every month. So it's a public meeting. Anybody can
Okay,
come. I
thank
encourage
you.
everybody to come.
Okay. All right, so I'm getting direction again from the president to make a second motion to provide direction to staff for the raw water master plan planning process and pursue the American Water Works Association M50 group process.
Slow down.
Yeah, the stakeholders are part of that. I am hearing from Director Peters and from the general manager that the stakeholders inform that process.
And you could always make another motion about that.
Okay, so that is my motion. Got it, Chris? Okay, thank you.
Simple enough, yeah.
Oh, do I need to add and bring it back to the WHO? Or,
Yes,
yes, okay, and to bring back your recommendations to the WHO committee?
to work with the WHO committee.
To work with the WHO committee, okay, fine.
No, we don't have a work.
That's what we're, yeah.
She waits a second.
Did I miss it?
Can you second it?
I'll second it. Public comment? This is how we get out here at the end of the day.
Hi, Rich Johansson, Certified Organic Farmer, Penn Valley. Like to remind everyone on the stakeholders that 90% of the water is used by agriculture.
Right.
In this district. Not only do we provide food and fiber, but we provide we're big-time conservationists, wildlife habitat. We have world-class wildlife habitat in Nevada County, and that water supports it and creates it. Also fire protection.
Right.
We've got to use this water for fire protection, so when Farmer Bill said he needs more water, he's probably thinking not just for food and fiber, but for the conservation practices, wildlife habitat, and fire protection, because we do need water out there.
Yep.
So when you form the stakeholders, keep us in mind.
You will absolutely have a
We
point.
may not get 90%.
For or against her motion?
I'm arguing for agriculture to be well represented on
The
the stakeholders.
motion that you're speaking on is that we're given direction to go to the M50.
Yeah.
Which way are you saying?
With significant stakeholder participation from
Not the
agriculture.
motion. Yeah. So you're supporting her motion?
I agree.
You
Say it
came to the
again.
podium on her motion, I hear you, but what
I
are
hear
you saying?
Yeah, I wanted to
You're
hammer down
supporting-
on the stakeholders.
Okay, you're
Thank you.
supporting her
Thank
motion.
you.
Again, people, doing the process.
Diana Suarez, Colfax, California. I want to remind the board that not only is the raw water master plan needs stakeholder input, but the strategic plan should be also.
Her motion is to give direction. Are you for or against that?
I am
It's that simple
for
at this moment.
stakeholder input in the strategic plan.
Whatever. Yeah. Thanks. There's a process going on. I'm just saying, there's a process.
He's doing good. He's
You
doing
can go
good.
another motion on that.
Mike Pasner, Indian Springs Organic Farm, Penn Valley. I totally support the direction you're going in. So glad to see it finally happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course.
Otis Wallen again. I think they would be well advised to find a good process consultant and to say, look, here's the AWWA framework. Here's where we're coming from. This is the controversy we've just gone through. We would like to see an elegant plan and have that consultant help you design something, and then bring stakeholders in as a kind of a process, stakeholders design team, and say, how does this look to you? Would you refine that? But I think you'd be well advised to really get a process expert in and get a first straw design.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Division 1?
Yes.
Division 2?
Yes.
Division 4?
Yes.
Division 5?
Yeah, I support the M50 process.
Division 3?
Aye. So we had a request 3.5 hours.
But anyway, it's just.
If and that's okay with you.
Leaving 3.5 hours?
No, the nurses are stuck until I clear them. Reopen the meeting. I believe we're down to the approval of the warrants.
I will say that I went through, I only had a few questions, and most of them were directed to the general manager. I went through my couple of questions yesterday, and I have no questions today.
Good girl. Good girl.
In light of that,
Good person.
I will move the warrants, and we'll take public comment. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion. Meeting. Sorry, you're right. Girls at the meeting somehow. Public comment. I'll still give you a gold star. Is that okay?
A gold star would be great.
I think I was the one that asked you to do it. Roll call, please.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 2,
Yes.
Division 4,
Yes.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 3.
And did everybody note that she got a gold star? Aye.
The first of
I
many.
know, I'm gonna hold
It's
you
a
to
concept.
The first of many.
It's a
hopefully.
concept.
I want-
I don't want to waste the environment on the adhesive that would.
Meeting's adjourned.
General Manager, are you here, and are you ready?
Good afternoon.
Ready for your report?
Good afternoon. I'm pleased to report the district currently has 194,126 acre-feet in storage. That is 72% of capacity, which is also 100% of our 5-year average.
And we are looking at our sheet that was
You are, which will be
supplied
provided to the board from now on.
at the request of Director Hack.
And Director Peters.
And Director Peters.
Okay, right on.
That the Bowman precip gauge is currently at 102% of average at 34.4 inches for this time, so we're just cresting out of normal. And then, as previously reported, for the 2018, total conservation was at 12%, and December was at 18%. Given our current timing and the amount of attorneys that are currently on hold, I will
We're
be
on the
brief.
clock.
I had the pleasure of meeting with Bear Yuba Land Trust, the co-executives, Erica and Aaron. We spoke about opportunities for the two entities to interact. They are going to be the conservation easement holder for our PG&E lands that were acquired as part of the Deer Creek project, and so we're looking forward to working with them on that. With regard to Deer Creek, we have completed our CPUC application as well as our 851, that is our 851 application, and our FERC application. Those are, we move those quickly as the bankruptcy is moving forward. You guys now are aware of the CSDA January 30th meeting. I highly encourage you to go. It's,
Yeah,
cover the travel.
I want to go.
There's some, so, work with, Chris and we can set that up.
Thank you.
We're starting construction on the East Hacienda PRV for the LOP to Alta Sierra BEP. That'll be through February. We are also the Lake Wildwood to Elizabeth George BEP. That is, they had a community meeting there. The folks at Lake Wildwood were very supportive. The good thing for us there is that Lake Wildwood has acquired the 2 parcels necessary for us to get easements to get the pipeline to the community. Table Meadows Phase 2 DFWLE will be coming to the APC in February as well. We informed the engineering committee that the Phase 3 component of it would be, we were going to back off of that. We'll continue to pursue it. We'll continue to do the engineering work, but in terms of making a district finance water line in that area, we don't have enough capital currently.
Which one?
Table Meadows.
Oh.
Remember, we were going to do
It
2
fell out
and 3,
again.
and 3 just didn't have a bite. Actually, we got our bid on the whole thing. We couldn't. It's over the amount of money we got in the bank, so we had to back off. The ditch tender's house is getting a new deck. The 2019 canal project on the Bowman Spalding is going to take off in February. And Hemp Hill, we have the comments from both NIMS and CDFW. We're reviewing those in-house. and we'll be having the TAC meeting in February with all of the federal, state, and local participants. With that, that concludes my, oh, sorry, I had two questions. The solar question, that's phase 4 of the site upgrade. If we don't continue on with that, we should look for other solar opportunities, but we can rehash that as we move along. And then federal employees, so staff NID is currently allowing those members of the federal government that are currently not getting paid to defer their payment on water. We will not shut them down. We also they won't incur any charges as a result of their delayed payment. So we noticed and we advertised, so if there are federal employees that need our help, let us know that they are, and we'll carry their bill until such time as, say nice things, as they are back in pay, and then we'll work out a payment plan and get them squared up. So, thank you very much.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes, ma'am.
Please. I did take a note of another question from, I think her name was Jean. She was in Alpacira Ranchos, and she asked if NID was studying the impacts on wells in, I presume, the Centennial inundation area. We are.
So as part of the environmental document, we will need to look at the groundwater impacts of the project.
Okay. And whose district is she in? I mean, can someone get back to her, or how does that work?
You're talking about Carol Brady?
So Carol Brady's in.
Was it Carol Brady? The
Scott's
woman
or in Chris's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Alcira Ranchos. Well, she's.
Alcira Ranchos.
She's in one of you guys. I don't know which.
Yeah, I'm not sure which either.
Okay, we'll find out.
She's never called.
Okay.
I just
But
sort
I
of think
know,
it's
I mean,
polite
has
to
never
get back
called
to
me.
her
Well,
since there's an answer.
I've spoken with her.
Oh, you have?
Well, yeah, they've met and they've done well testing
Oh,
together.
that's right. That's right. You told her how to.
I had to declare my poinsettia plant.
I
Publicly.
heard that. Okay, thank you.
Huh?
Okay.
You've concluded?
Yeah.
Nick, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I met with guys from Lake Wildwood last week. They had concerns about fire. I described to them the Grass Valley to Lake Wildwood BEP line that we're proposing. It all worked out very well. And one of the nice upshots of all that is that Ward Thompson, who's sitting in the back, I would like to introduce him. He will be sitting in on board meetings as a representative from the Lake Wildwood Board, because they're interested and important stakeholders in this process. And thank you, Ward.
Director Heck?
Similarly, I'm meeting, I think tomorrow, with the Cascade Shores Homeowners Association and the Cascade Shores Firewise community to discuss similarly NID's role or not, or whatever it could be in additional access. And my role is to simply be there and listen, and then bring that back to the general manager and we can talk about it. So, but I am doing that. That's it. Thank you.
I have nothing. Director Beerwagon?
So Laura and I both attended the Ag Advisory Committee meeting in Placer County a week ago Monday to be introduced and to kind of state where we are and where we're going. It was a good meeting.
Yes,
Director Peters?
yes, and I enjoyed the Placer County Ag Commission meeting as well with Director Beerwagon. And yesterday I met with the Friends of Auburn Ravine. They had their concerns about Hemp Hill and they wanted to just introduce themselves, and so I had a nice meeting with them. Tonight I'm going to the Placer County Fish and Wildlife meeting, and on Monday to the Lincoln MAC. So I'm trying to get familiar with all of the organizations operating in Placer County.
Who's the head of Friends of Auburn Ravine?
We didn't talk
Jim
about
Hoffler.
that. Jim Hoffler.
Okay.
Thank you. We didn't speak about organizational structure.
Okay. Public comment on anything to be considered in closed session? Appears to be the PG&E bankruptcy thing and not much else. Dustin, Action expected?
I expect there to be the kind of customary disclosure that direction was given to legal counsel.
Okay. Otherwise, we'll close the open. And then we will.
So a miner's inch is very simple. It's basically a 1-inch hole cut in a board that is put into a box that's cut into the berm, and we need to have at least 6 inches of head pressure. The water level has to be at least 6 inches above the orifice to give it the force to push it through there. It gives a constant delivery 24/7 of a source of water, and this equals about 11.22 gallons per minute, or about 16,000 gallons a day. That's what you'll get through 1 miner's inch. So, very simple system of measuring water, and as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So this is how we still do it today.
Hi, I'm Tim Crow, Assistant General Manager of the Nevada Irrigation District here in Grass Valley, California. We are embarking on a project that uses new, innovative technologies to remove mercury from contaminated sediments in the Bear River. The district's canals and reservoirs lie immediately downstream of many historic gold mining activities of the 1850s. Today, mercury from that gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
The Bear River Watershed Group is comprised of a diverse interest group of stakeholders that care deeply about the watershed health. We support this project as it improves water supply by removing sediment from Lake Combie, and it improves water quality by removing and reducing the amount of legacy mercury in our riverine systems.
That same mercury from the gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
Essentially, 26 million pounds of mercury were brought over to the Sierra reservoirs during hydraulic mining, and 10 to 30% of that mercury was lost to the environment, making it a very messy process. So though that happened 150 years ago, we still have mercury moving down the Sierra rivers with each storm event because it is essentially entrained in the river gravels.
Mercury can be methylated by bacteria at the bottom of the food chain. Once mercury is incorporated into the food chain, it moves up the food chain as bacteria are consumed by phytoplankton, and phytoplankton are consumed by filter feeders, which are all eaten by the fish. Mercury becomes more concentrated with each step. Large predatory fish, such as bass, often have high levels of methylmercury because not only have they eaten a lot of smaller fish, they also live a long time, allowing the mercury to accumulate in their bodies. As a result, there are numerous fish consumption advisories for Sierra reservoirs.
This project is to remove accumulated sediment in the upper reaches of the reservoir while implementing a best management practice to remove mercury from those sediments. Well, those river gravels accumulate in impoundments such as Combie Reservoir, and irrigation districts such as the Nevada Irrigation District have to maintain the water storage space in the reservoir. This brought up the opportunity to remove sediment and while also removing mercury.
I'm a land use planning consultant in Nevada City working with the Nevada Irrigation District on the Combie Reservoir Maintenance and Mercury Recovery Project. The project included 2 components. First was technical. We worked with USGS, we worked with the Water Quality Control Board and Department of Fish and Game to come up with a project that would meet their objectives. And secondly, once we came up with that project description, we coordinated and interacted with neighboring properties who front on Combie Reservoir. Following those particular meetings, we met with the Placer County Municipal Advisory Council in Meadow Vista, and the outcome of those meetings produced a project that was much more beneficial and sensitive to the environment.
The process begins with a dredging operation at the north end of Combie Reservoir. The dredge removes sediments from the bottom of the lake and transports the sediments by a long pipeline to a land-based mobile treatment plant. The treatment plant consists of modular dewatering equipment and mercury extraction equipment. The system is designed to separate water and solids, at the same time extract heavy metals such as mercury and gold. At the end of this process, rock and sand are hauled away to an aggregate plant for use in construction. Mercury is transported to a safe disposal site, and clean water is returned to the river. The lessons learned from the Combi Reservoir Sediment and Mercury Removal Project will benefit several water agencies throughout the Sierra Nevadas, including scientists and regulatory agencies who are concerned about mercury-impacted water bodies. It is possible that this project can establish best management practices for the sand mining industry and other dredging-type operations where mercury is present in river sediment.
This has been an innovative engineering and scientific process from the beginning.
My name is Katie Burdick. I'm the Executive Director of CABI, the Cosumnes American Bear Yuba River Regional Water Management Group. We're a 39-member coalition group that's worked with NID for 2 years on the mercury extraction project. As a result of our collaborations over this time, NID has refined and revised project design, and the CABI members have learned a great deal about mercury contamination in the area. It's our firm belief as a group that as a result of this project, mercury that's currently contaminating the system will be removed, and that as a result of that, not only will we reduce environmental contamination, but the water agencies will also achieve greater dam capacity by getting rid of contaminated sediments.
Nevada Irrigation District, or NID. If you live in Nevada County or some parts of Placer County, it's where your water comes from. NID supplies water for residential, commercial, and agricultural use, as well as providing lakes, streams, and rivers for boating, fishing, and recreational activities. Every time you wash your car, take a shower, water your lawn, go water skiing, or enjoy local produce, it is because NID is bringing water from lakes in higher elevations, such as Bowman Lake, down through an extensive system of canals, ditches, and rivers. Nevada Irrigation District is famous for utilizing over 400 miles of ditches that were originally used for supplying water to mines and miners, especially the hydraulic mining methods, which required large amounts of water under pressure. Did you know? NID was formed in Nevada County in 1921, but 5 years later expanded by 66,000 acres when residents of Placer County asked to join. About 25% of the district is located in Placer County. NID was formed to ensure that a year-round, reliable water supply system would be in place to meet current and future needs. When Placer County voted to join NID, it was to take advantage of the ability of NID to supply a needed demand.
All right, well, we're standing on the Van Giesen Dam, Combi Reservoir, built in 1927. It dams up the Bear River, originally built by Nevada Irrigation District to irrigate all the farmland in Nevada and Placer County. And it's 94 feet tall, 800 feet across at the crest. Has a couple of hydroelectric plants on it. Downstream side of Combi Dam, the Bear River's down below us. This is the Combi Phase 1 canal, which takes water all the way down to lower part of Nevada County, crosses the Bear River and goes on down into Auburn and all the way down towards Lincoln. Branches off into many different canal systems.
NID now serves approximately 25,000 customers, and through constant monitoring and maintenance of its network, is able to supply water to homes, farms, and businesses, generate hydroelectric power, and provide recreation to the growing communities within Nevada and Placer counties. 3 out of 4 customers receive treated water service supplied by 7 treatment plants, generating approximately 3.5 billion gallons of water a year. NID treated water meets and exceeds standards set by the California Department of Health Services. The dam at French Reservoir, built in 1858 and 59, is the oldest in NID's mountain division. The Van Giesen Dam at Combie Reservoir is the oldest in the foothills, built in 1927. NID serves approximately 6,000 raw water customers, and the irrigation water is used for cattle and other livestock. It is used in golf courses, gardens, nurseries, orchards, and vineyards. Irrigation water fills ponds and reservoirs to stock water and provide recreation. The NID canal flows are carefully monitored and regulated to maintain proper flow. As NID water flows downhill through the foothills, it is used to produce clean hydroelectric energy through 7 power plants. These plants produce enough electricity to supply 60,000 homes. The electricity produced is sold to PG&E. NID began producing power in 1966 with the completion of the Yuba Bear River Power Project, and smaller power plants were added during the 1980s. NID has 7 power plants that generate enough electricity to supply the equivalent of more than 60,000 homes. NID has a generation capacity of 82.3 megawatts, produces an average 375 million kilowatt hours of energy each year, and sells its electrical output to the Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
This thing hosts, the reservoir here hosts several different groups of people. One is called Bill's Fishing Mission. They're here every year. It's kind of a charity thing. They're here for 3 or 4 days doing a fishing tournament. We also have the Western States 50 and 100 mile horse race. They access from both sides of the reservoir for their endurance horse race. And then a lot of camp groups. We have a main camping area in this lower campground here for group camping, and it's utilized quite a bit. I've seen a lot of big groups up here using it. It's a really nice recreational reservoir.
NID's mountain and foothill reservoirs provide fun and healthy recreational opportunities, and they're an important economic attraction for the local tourism industry. Camping, fishing, swimming, boating, water skiing, sailing, and other activities are popular at Rollins and Scotts Flat reservoirs.
We're here at one of our canals, and this is a typical water box irrigation outlet for one of our customers. And the box is designed just to hold a screen and a board in the middle, which is the measuring device where we measure the miner's inch. Now, the miner's inch is simply 1 square inch area. It can be a round hole or a square hole. This is 1 square inch of area with 6 inches of head pressure over it. And the water free falls through that orifice plate, and that meters 1 miner's inch equals 11 1/4 gallons per minute to the customer.
So a miner's inch is very simple. It's basically a 1-inch hole cut in a board that is put into a box that's cut into the berm, and we need to have at least 6 inches of head pressure. The water level has to be at least 6 inches above the orifice to give it the force to push it through there. It gives a constant delivery 24/7 of a source of water, and this equals about 11.22 gallons per minute, or about 16,000 gallons a day. That's what you'll get through 1 miner's inch. So, very simple system of measuring water, and as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So this is how we still do it today.
Hi, I'm Tim Crow, Assistant General Manager of the Nevada Irrigation District here in Grass Valley, California. We are embarking on a project that uses new, innovative technologies to remove mercury from contaminated sediments in the Bear River. The district's canals and reservoirs lie immediately downstream of many historic gold mining activities of the 1850s. Today, mercury from that gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
The Bear River Watershed Group is comprised of a diverse interest group of stakeholders that care deeply about the watershed health. We support this project as it improves water supply by removing sediment from Lake Combie, and it improves water quality by removing and reducing the amount of legacy mercury in our riverine systems.
That same mercury from the gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
Essentially, 26 million pounds of mercury were brought over to the Sierra reservoirs during hydraulic mining, and 10 to 30% of that mercury was lost to the environment, making it a very messy process. So though that happened 150 years ago, we still have mercury moving down the Sierra rivers with each storm event because it is essentially entrained in the river gravels.
Mercury can be methylated by bacteria at the bottom of the food chain. Once mercury is incorporated into the food chain, it moves up the food chain as bacteria are consumed by phytoplankton, and phytoplankton are consumed by filter feeders, which are all eaten by the fish. Mercury becomes more concentrated with each step. Large predatory fish, such as bass, often have high levels of methylmercury because not only have they eaten a lot of smaller fish, they also live a long time, allowing the mercury to accumulate in their bodies. As a result, there are numerous fish consumption advisories for Sierra reservoirs.
This project is to remove accumulated sediment in the upper reaches of the reservoir while implementing a best management practice to remove mercury from those sediments. Well, those river gravels accumulate in impoundments such as Combie Reservoir, and irrigation districts such as the Nevada Irrigation District have to maintain the water storage space in the reservoir. This brought up the opportunity to remove sediment and while also removing mercury.
I'm a land use planning consultant in Nevada City working with the Nevada Irrigation District on the Combie Reservoir Maintenance and Mercury Recovery Project. The project included 2 components. First was technical. We worked with USGS, we worked with the Water Quality Control Board and Department of Fish and Game to come up with a project that would meet their objectives. And secondly, once we came up with that project description, we coordinated and interacted with neighboring properties who front on Combie Reservoir. Following those particular meetings, we met with the Placer County Municipal Advisory Council in Meadow Vista, and the outcome of those meetings produced a project that was much more beneficial and sensitive to the environment.
The process begins with a dredging operation at the north end of Combie Reservoir. The dredge removes sediments from the bottom of the lake and transports the sediments by a long pipeline to a land-based mobile treatment plant. The treatment plant consists of modular dewatering equipment and mercury extraction equipment. The system is designed to separate water and solids, at the same time extract heavy metals such as mercury and gold. At the end of this process, rock and sand are hauled away to a aggregate plant for use in construction. Mercury is transported to a safe disposal site, and clean water is returned to the river. The lessons learned from the Combi Reservoir Sediment and Mercury Removal Project will benefit several water agencies throughout the Sierra Nevadas, including scientists and regulatory agencies who are concerned about mercury-impacted water bodies. It is possible that this project can establish best management practices for the sand mining industry and other dredging-type operations where mercury is present in river sediment.
This has been an innovative engineering and scientific process from the beginning.
My name is Katie Burdick. I'm the Executive Director of CABI, the Cosumnes American Bear Yuba River Regional Water Management Group. We're a 39-member coalition group that's worked with NID for 2 years on their mercury extraction project. As a result of our collaborations over this time, NID has refined and revised project design, and the CABI members have learned a great deal about mercury contamination in the area. It's our firm belief as a group that as a result of this project, mercury that's currently contaminating the system will be removed, and that as a result of that, not only will we reduce environmental contamination, but the water agencies will also achieve greater dam capacity by getting rid of contaminated sediments.
Nevada Irrigation District, or NID. If you live in Nevada County or some parts of Placer County, it's where your water comes from. NID supplies water for residential, commercial, and agricultural use, as well as providing lakes, streams, and rivers for boating, fishing, and recreational activities. Every time you wash your car, take a shower, water your lawn, go water skiing, or enjoy local produce, it is because NID is bringing water from lakes in higher elevations, such as Bowman Lake, down through an extensive system of canals, ditches, and rivers. Nevada Irrigation District is famous for utilizing over 400 miles of ditches that were originally used for supplying water to mines and miners, especially the hydraulic mining methods, which required large amounts of water under pressure. Did you know? NID was formed in Nevada County in 1921, but 5 years later expanded by 66,000 acres when residents of Placer County asked to join. About 25% of the district is located in Placer County. NID was formed to ensure that a year-round, reliable water supply system would be in place to meet current and future needs. When Placer County voted to join NID, it was to take advantage of the ability of NID to supply a needed demand.
All right, well, we're standing on the Van Giesen Dam, Combi Reservoir, built in 1927. It dams up the Bear River, originally built by Nevada Irrigation District to irrigate all the farmlands in Nevada and Placer County. And it's 94 feet tall, 800 feet across at the crest. Has a couple of hydroelectric plants on it. Downstream side of Combi Dam, the Bear River's down below us. This is the Combi Phase 1 canal, which takes water all the way down to lower part of Nevada County, crosses the Bear River and goes on down into Auburn and all the way down towards Lincoln. Branches off into many different canal systems.
NID now serves approximately 25,000 customers, and through constant monitoring and maintenance of its network, is able to supply water to homes, farms, and businesses, generate hydroelectric power, and provide recreation to the growing communities within Nevada and Placer counties. 3 out of 4 customers receive treated water service supplied by 7 treatment plants, generating approximately 3.5 billion gallons of water a year. NID treated water meets and exceeds standards set by the California Department of Health Services. The dam at French Reservoir, built in 1858 and 59, is the oldest in NID's mountain division. The Van Giesen Dam at Combie Reservoir is the oldest in the foothills, built in 1927. NID serves approximately 6,000 raw water customers, and the irrigation water is used for cattle and other livestock. It is used in golf courses, gardens, nurseries, orchards, and vineyards. Irrigation water fills ponds and reservoirs to stock water and provide recreation. The NID canal flows are carefully monitored and regulated to maintain proper flow. As NID water flows downhill through the foothills, it is used to produce clean hydroelectric energy through 7 power plants. These plants produce enough electricity to supply 60,000 homes. The electricity produced is sold to PG&E. NID began producing power in 1966 with the completion of the Yuba Bear River Power Project, and smaller power plants were added during the 1980s. NID has 7 power plants that generate enough electricity to supply the equivalent of more than 60,000 homes. NID has a generation capacity of 82.3 megawatts, produces an average 375 million kilowatt hours of energy each year, and sells its electrical output to the Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
This thing hosts, the reservoir here hosts several different groups of people. One is called Bill's Fishing Mission. They're here every year. It's kind of a charity thing. They're here for 3 or 4 days doing a fishing tournament. We also have the Western States 50 and 100 mile horse race. They access from both sides of the reservoir for their endurance horse race. And then a lot of camp groups. We have a main camping area in this lower campground here for group camping, and it's utilized quite a bit. I've seen a lot of big groups up here using it. It's a really nice recreational reservoir.
NID's mountain and foothill reservoirs provide fun and healthy recreational opportunities, and they're an important economic attraction for the local tourism industry. Camping, fishing, swimming, boating, water skiing, sailing, and other activities are popular at Rollins and Scotts Flat reservoirs.
We're here at one of our canals, and this is a typical water box irrigation outlet for one of our customers. And the box is designed just to hold a screen and a board in the middle, which is the measuring device where we measure the miner's inch. Now, the miner's inch is simply 1 square inch area. It can be a round hole or a square hole. This is 1 square inch of area with 6 inches of head pressure over it. And the water free falls through that orifice plate, and that meters 1 miner's inch equals 11 1/4 gallons per minute to the customer.
So a miner's inch is very simple. It's basically a 1-inch hole cut in a board that is put into a box that's cut into the berm, and we need to have at least 6 inches of head pressure. The water level has to be at least 6 inches above the orifice to give it the force to push it through there. It gives a constant delivery 24/7 of a source of water, and this equals about 11.22 gallons per minute, or about 16,000 gallons a day. That's what you'll get through 1 miner's inch. So very simple system of measuring water, and as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So this is how we still do it today.
Hi, I'm Tim Crow, Assistant General Manager of the Nevada Irrigation District here in Grass Valley, California. We are embarking on a project that uses new, innovative technologies to remove mercury from contaminated sediments in the Bear River. The district's canals and reservoirs lie immediately downstream of many historic gold mining activities of the 1850s. Today, mercury from that gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
The Bear River Watershed Group is comprised of a diverse interest group of stakeholders that care deeply about the watershed health. We support this project as it improves water supply by removing sediment from Lake Combie, and it improves water quality by removing and reducing the amount of legacy mercury in our riverine systems.
That same mercury from the gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
Essentially, 26 million pounds of mercury were brought over to the Sierra reservoirs during hydraulic mining, and 10 to 30% of that mercury was lost to the environment, making it a very messy process. So though that happened 150 years ago, we still have mercury moving down the Sierra rivers with each storm event because it is essentially entrained in the river gravels.
Mercury can be methylated by bacteria at the bottom of the food chain. Once mercury is incorporated into the food chain, it moves up the food chain as bacteria are consumed by phytoplankton, and phytoplankton are consumed by filter feeders, which are all eaten by the fish. Mercury becomes more concentrated with each step. Large predatory fish, such as bass, often have high levels of methylmercury because not only have they eaten a lot of smaller fish, they also live a long time, allowing the mercury to accumulate in their bodies. As a result, there are numerous fish consumption advisories for Sierra reservoirs.
This project is to remove accumulated sediment in the upper reaches of the reservoir while implementing a best management practice to remove mercury from those sediments. Well, those river gravels accumulate in impoundments such as Combie Reservoir, and irrigation districts such as the Nevada Irrigation District have to maintain the water storage space in the reservoir. This brought up the opportunity to remove sediment and while also removing mercury.
I'm a land use planning consultant in Nevada City working with the Nevada Irrigation District on the Combie Reservoir Maintenance and Mercury Recovery Project. The project included 2 components. First was technical. We worked with USGS, we worked with the Water Quality Control Board and Department of Fish and Game to come up with a project that would meet their objectives. And secondly, once we came up with that project description, we coordinated and interacted with neighboring properties who front on Combie Reservoir. Following those particular meetings, we met with the Placer County Municipal Advisory Council in Meadow Vista, and the outcome of those meetings produced a project that was much more beneficial and sensitive to the environment.
The process begins with a dredging operation at the north end of Combie Reservoir. The dredge removes sediments from the bottom of the lake and transports the sediments by a long pipeline to a land-based mobile treatment plant. The treatment plant consists of modular dewatering equipment and mercury extraction equipment. The system is designed to separate water and solids, at the same time extract heavy metals such as mercury and gold. At the end of this process, rock and sand are hauled away to an aggregate plant for use in construction. Mercury is transported to a safe disposal site, and clean water is returned to the river. The lessons learned from the Combi Reservoir Sediment and Mercury Removal Project will benefit several water agencies throughout the Sierra Nevadas, including scientists and regulatory agencies who are concerned about mercury-impacted water bodies. It is possible that this project can establish best management practices for the sand mining industry and other dredging-type operations where mercury is present in river sediment.
This has been an innovative engineering and scientific process from the beginning.
My name is Katie Burdick. I'm the Executive Director of CABI, the Cosumnes American Bear Yuba River Regional Water Management Group. We're a 39-member coalition group that's worked with NID for 2 years on the mercury extraction project. As a result of our collaborations over this time, NID has refined and revised project design, and the CABI members have learned a great deal about mercury contamination in the area. It's our firm belief as a group that as a result of this project, mercury that's currently contaminating the system will be removed, and that as a result of that, not only will we reduce environmental contamination, but the water agencies will also achieve greater dam capacity by getting rid of contaminated sediments.
Nevada Irrigation District, or NID. If you live in Nevada County or some parts of Placer County, it's where your water comes from. NID supplies water for residential, commercial, and agricultural use, as well as providing lakes, streams, and rivers for boating, fishing, and recreational activities. Every time you wash your car, take a shower, water your lawn, go water skiing, or enjoy local produce, it is because NID is bringing water from lakes in higher elevations, such as Bowman Lake, down through an extensive system of canals, ditches, and rivers. Nevada Irrigation District is famous for utilizing over 400 miles of ditches that were originally used for supplying water to mines and miners, especially the hydraulic mining method, which required large amounts of water under pressure. Did you know? NID was formed in Nevada County in 1921, but 5 years later expanded by 66,000 acres when residents of Placer County asked to join. About 25% of the district is located in Placer County. NID was formed to ensure that a year-round, reliable water supply system would be in place to meet current and future needs. When Placer County voted to join NID, it was to take advantage of the ability of NID to supply a needed demand.
All right, well, we're standing on the Van Giesen Dam, Combi Reservoir, built in 1927. It dams up the Bear River, originally built by Nevada Irrigation District to irrigate all the farmlands in Nevada and Placer County. And it's 94 feet tall, 800 feet across at the crest. Has a couple of hydroelectric plants on it. Downstream side of Combi Dam, the Bear River's down below us. This is the Combi Phase 1 canal, which takes water all the way down to lower part of Nevada County, crosses the Bear River and goes on down into Auburn and all the way down towards Lincoln. Branches off into many different canal systems.
NID now serves approximately 25,000 customers, and through constant monitoring and maintenance of its network, is able to supply water to homes, farms, and businesses, generate hydroelectric power, and provide recreation to the growing communities within Nevada and Placer counties. 3 out of 4 customers receive treated water service supplied by 7 treatment plants, generating approximately 3.5 billion gallons of water a year. NID treated water meets and exceeds standards set by the California Department of Health Services. The dam at French Reservoir, built in 1858 and 59, is the oldest in NID's mountain division. The Van Giesen Dam at Combie Reservoir is the oldest in the foothills, built in 1927. NID serves approximately 6,000 raw water customers, and the irrigation water is used for cattle and other livestock. It is used in golf courses, gardens, nurseries, orchards, and vineyards. Irrigation water fills ponds and reservoirs to stock water and provide recreation. The NID canal flows are carefully monitored and regulated to maintain proper flow. As NID water flows downhill through the foothills, it is used to produce clean hydroelectric energy through 7 power plants. These plants produce enough electricity to supply 60,000 homes. The electricity produced is sold to PG&E. NID began producing power in 1966 with the completion of the Yuba Bear River Power Project, and smaller power plants were added during the 1980s. NID has 7 power plants that generate enough electricity to supply the equivalent of more than 60,000 homes. NID has a generation capacity of 82.3 megawatts, produces an average 375 million kilowatt hours of energy each year, and sells its electrical output to the Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
This thing hosts, the reservoir here hosts several different groups of people. One is called Bill's Fishing Mission. They're here every year. It's kind of a charity thing. They're here for 3 or 4 days doing a fishing tournament. We also have the Western States 50 and 100 mile horse race. They access from both sides of the reservoir for their endurance horse race. And then a lot of camp groups. We have a main camping area in this lower campground here for group camping, and it's utilized quite a bit. I've seen a lot of big groups up here using it. It's a really nice recreational reservoir.
NID's mountain and foothill reservoirs provide fun and healthy recreational opportunities, and they're an important economic attraction for the local tourism industry. Camping, fishing, swimming, boating, water skiing, sailing, and other activities are popular at Rollins and Scotts Flat reservoirs.
We're here at one of our canals, and this is a typical water box irrigation outlet for one of our customers. And the box is designed just to hold a screen and a board in the middle, which is the measuring device where we measure the miner's inch. Now, the miner's inch is simply 1 square inch area. It can be a round hole or a square hole. This is 1 square inch of area with 6 inches of head pressure over it. And the water free falls through that orifice plate, and that meters 1 miner's inch equals 11 1/4 gallons per minute to the customer.
So a miner's inch is very simple. It's basically a 1-inch hole cut in a board that is put into a box that's cut into the berm, and we need to have at least 6 inches of head pressure. The water level has to be at least 6 inches above the orifice to give it the force to push it through there. It gives a constant delivery 24/7 of a source of water, and this equals about 11.22 gallons per minute, or about 16,000 gallons a day. That's what you'll get through 1 miner's inch. So very simple system of measuring water, and as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So this is how we still do it today.
Hi, I'm Tim Crow, Assistant General Manager of the Nevada Irrigation District here in Grass Valley, California. We are embarking on a project that uses new, innovative technologies to remove mercury from contaminated sediments in the Bear River. The district's canals and reservoirs lie immediately downstream of many historic gold mining activities of the 1850s. Today, mercury from that gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
The Bear River Watershed Group is comprised of a diverse interest group of stakeholders that care deeply about the watershed health. We support this project as it improves water supply by removing sediment from Lake Combie, and it improves water quality by removing and reducing the amount of legacy mercury in our riverine systems.
That same mercury from the gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
Essentially, 26 million pounds of mercury were brought over to the Sierra reservoirs during hydraulic mining, and 10 to 30% of that mercury was lost to the environment, making it a very messy process. So though that happened 150 years ago, we still have mercury moving down the Sierra rivers with each storm event because it is essentially entrained in the river gravels.
Mercury can be methylated by bacteria at the bottom of the food chain. Once mercury is incorporated into the food chain, it moves up the food chain as bacteria are consumed by phytoplankton, and phytoplankton are consumed by filter feeders, which are all eaten by the fish. Mercury becomes more concentrated with each step. Large predatory fish, such as bass, often have high levels of methylmercury because not only have they eaten a lot of smaller fish, they also live a long time, allowing the mercury to accumulate in their bodies. As a result, there are numerous fish consumption advisories for Sierra reservoirs.
This project is to remove accumulated sediment in the upper reaches of the reservoir while implementing a best management practice to remove mercury from those sediments. Well, those river gravels accumulate in impoundments such as Combie Reservoir, and irrigation districts such as the Nevada Irrigation District have to maintain the water storage space in the reservoir. This brought up the opportunity to remove sediment and while also removing mercury.
I'm a land use planning consultant in Nevada City working with the Nevada Irrigation District on the Combie Reservoir Maintenance and Mercury Recovery Project. The project included 2 components. First was technical. We worked with USGS. We worked with the Water Quality Control Board and Department of Fish and Game to come up with a project that would meet their objectives. And secondly, once we came up with that project description, we coordinated and interacted with neighboring properties who front on Combie Reservoir. Following those particular meetings, we met with the Placer County Municipal Advisory Council in Meadow Vista, and the outcome of those meetings produced a project that was much more beneficial and sensitive to the environment.
The process begins with a dredging operation at the north end of Combie Reservoir. The dredge removes sediments from the bottom of the lake and transports the sediments by a long pipeline to a land-based mobile treatment plant. The treatment plant consists of modular dewatering equipment and mercury extraction equipment. The system is designed to separate water and solids, at the same time extract heavy metals such as mercury and gold. At the end of this process, rock and sand are hauled away to a aggregate plant for use in construction. Mercury is transported to a safe disposal site, and clean water is returned to the river. The lessons learned from the Combi Reservoir Sediment and Mercury Removal Project will benefit several water agencies throughout the Sierra Nevadas, including scientists and regulatory agencies who are concerned about mercury-impacted water bodies. It is possible that this project can establish best management practices for the sand mining industry and other dredging-type operations where mercury is present in river sediment.
This has been an innovative engineering and scientific process from the beginning.
My name is Katie Burdick. I'm the Executive Director of CABI, the Cosumnes American Bear Yuba River Regional Water Management Group. We're a 39-member coalition group that's worked with NID for 2 years on their mercury extraction project. As a result of our collaborations over this time, NID has refined and revised project design, and the CABI members have learned a great deal about mercury contamination in the area. It's our firm belief as a group that as a result of this project, mercury that's currently contaminating the system will be removed, and that as a result of that, not only will we reduce environmental contamination, but the water agencies will also achieve greater dam capacity by getting rid of contaminated sediments.
Nevada Irrigation District, or NID. If you live in Nevada County or some parts of Placer County, it's where your water comes from. NID supplies water for residential, commercial, and agricultural use, as well as providing lakes, streams, and rivers for boating, fishing, and recreational activities. Every time you wash your car, take a shower, water your lawn, go water skiing, or enjoy local produce, it is because NID is bringing water from lakes in higher elevations, such as Bowman Lake, down through an extensive system of canals, ditches, and rivers. Nevada Irrigation District is famous for utilizing over 400 miles of ditches that were originally used for supplying water to mines and miners, especially the hydraulic mining method, which required large amounts of water under pressure. Did you know? NID was formed in Nevada County in 1921, but 5 years later expanded by 66,000 acres when residents of Placer County asked to join. About 25% of the district is located in Placer County. NID was formed to ensure that a year-round, reliable water supply system would be in place to meet current and future needs. When Placer County voted to join NID, it was to take advantage of the ability of NID to supply a needed demand.
All right, well, we're standing on the Van Giesen Dam, Combi Reservoir, built in 1927. It dams up the Bear River, originally built by Nevada Irrigation District to irrigate all the farmland in Nevada and Placer County. And it's 94 feet tall, 800 feet across at the crest. Has a couple of hydroelectric plants on it. Downstream side of Combi Dam, the Bear River's down below us. This is the Combi Phase 1 canal, which takes water all the way down to lower part of Nevada County, crosses the Bear River and goes on down into Auburn and all the way down towards Lincoln. Branches off into many different canal systems.
NID now serves approximately 25,000 customers, and through constant monitoring and maintenance of its network, is able to supply water to homes, farms, and businesses, generate hydroelectric power, and provide recreation to the growing communities within Nevada and Placer counties. 3 out of 4 customers receive treated water service supplied by 7 treatment plants, generating approximately 3.5 billion gallons of water a year. NID treated water meets and exceeds standards set by the California Department of Health Services. The dam at French Reservoir, built in 1858 and 59, is the oldest in NID's mountain division. The Van Giesen Dam at Combie Reservoir is the oldest in the foothills, built in 1927. NID serves approximately 6,000 raw water customers, and the irrigation water is used for cattle and other livestock. It is used in golf courses, gardens, nurseries, orchards, and vineyards. Irrigation water fills ponds and reservoirs to stock water and provide recreation. The NID canal flows are carefully monitored and regulated to maintain proper flow. As NID water flows downhill through the foothills, it is used to produce clean hydroelectric energy through 7 power plants. These plants produce enough electricity to supply 60,000 homes. The electricity produced is sold to PG&E. NID began producing power in 1966 with the completion of the Yuba Bear River Power Project, and smaller power plants were added during the 1980s. NID has 7 power plants that generate enough electricity to supply the equivalent of more than 60,000 homes. NID has a generation capacity of 82.3 megawatts, produces an average 375 million kilowatt hours of energy each year, and sells its electrical output to the Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
This thing hosts, the reservoir here hosts several different groups of people. One is called Bill's Fishing Mission. They're here every year. It's kind of a charity thing. They're here for 3 or 4 days doing a fishing tournament. We also have the Western States 50 and 100 mile horse race. They access from both sides of the reservoir for their endurance horse race. And then a lot of camp groups. We have a main camping area in this lower campground here for group camping, and it's utilized quite a bit. I've seen a lot of big groups up here using it. It's a really nice recreational reservoir.
NID's mountain and foothill reservoirs provide fun and healthy recreational opportunities, and they're an important economic attraction for the local tourism industry. Camping, fishing, swimming, boating, water skiing, sailing, and other activities are popular at Rollins and Scotts Flat reservoirs.
We're here at one of our canals, and this is a typical water box irrigation outlet for one of our customers. And the box is designed just to hold a screen and a board in the middle, which is the measuring device where we measure the miner's inch. Now, the miner's inch is simply 1 square inch area. It can be a round hole or a square hole. This is 1 square inch of area with 6 inches of head pressure over it. And the water free falls through that orifice plate, and that meters 1 miner's inch equals 11 1/4 gallons per minute to the customer.
So a miner's inch is very simple. It's basically a 1-inch hole cut in a board that is put into a box that's cut into the berm, and we need to have at least 6 inches of head pressure. The water level has to be at least 6 inches above the orifice to give it the force to push it through there. It gives a constant delivery 24/7 of a source of water, and this equals about 11.22 gallons per minute, or about 16,000 gallons a day. That's what you'll get through 1 miner's inch. So, very simple system of measuring water, and as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So this is how we still do it today.
Hi, I'm Tim Crow, Assistant General Manager of the Nevada Irrigation District here in Grass Valley, California. We are embarking on a project that uses new, innovative technologies to remove mercury from contaminated sediments in the Bear River. The district's canals and reservoirs lie immediately downstream of many historic gold mining activities of the 1850s. Today, mercury from that gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
The Bear River Watershed Group is comprised of a diverse interest group of stakeholders that care deeply about the watershed health. We support this project as it improves water supply by removing sediment from Lake Combie, and it improves water quality by removing and reducing the amount of legacy mercury in our riverine systems.
That same mercury from the gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
Essentially, 26 million pounds of mercury were brought over to the Sierra reservoirs during hydraulic mining, and 10 to 30% of that mercury was lost to the environment, making it a very messy process. So though that happened 150 years ago, we still have mercury moving down the Sierra rivers with each storm event because it is essentially entrained in the river gravels.
Mercury can be methylated by bacteria at the bottom of the food chain. Once mercury is incorporated into the food chain, it moves up the food chain as bacteria are consumed by phytoplankton, and phytoplankton are consumed by filter feeders, which are all eaten by the fish. Mercury becomes more concentrated with each step. Large predatory fish, such as bass, often have high levels of methylmercury because not only have they eaten a lot of smaller fish, they also live a long time, allowing the mercury to accumulate in their bodies. As a result, there are numerous fish consumption advisories for Sierra reservoirs.
This project is to remove accumulated sediment in the upper reaches of the reservoir while implementing a best management practice to remove mercury from those sediments. Well, those river gravels accumulate in impoundments such as Combie Reservoir, and irrigation districts such as the Nevada Irrigation District have to maintain the water storage space in the reservoir. This brought up the opportunity to remove sediment and while also removing mercury.
I'm a land use planning consultant in Nevada City working with the Nevada Irrigation District on the Combie Reservoir Maintenance and Mercury Recovery Project. The project included 2 components. First was technical. We worked with USGS, we worked with the Water Quality Control Board and Department of Fish and Game to come up with a project that would meet their objectives. And secondly, once we came up with that project description, we coordinated and interacted with neighboring properties who front on Combie Reservoir. Following those particular meetings, we met with the Placer County Municipal Advisory Council in Meadow Vista, and the outcome of those meetings produced a project that was much more beneficial and sensitive to the environment.
The process begins with a dredging operation at the north end of Combie Reservoir. The dredge removes sediments from the bottom of the lake and transports the sediments by a long pipeline to a land-based mobile treatment plant. The treatment plant consists of modular dewatering equipment and mercury extraction equipment. The system is designed to separate water and solids, at the same time extract heavy metals such as mercury and gold. At the end of this process, rock and sand are hauled away to a aggregate plant for use in construction. Mercury is transported to a safe disposal site, and clean water is returned to the river. The lessons learned from the Combi Reservoir Sediment and Mercury Removal Project will benefit several water agencies throughout the Sierra Nevadas, including scientists and regulatory agencies who are concerned about mercury-impacted water bodies. It is possible that this project can establish best management practices for the sand mining industry and other dredging-type operations where mercury is present in river sediment.
This has been an innovative engineering and scientific process from the beginning.
My name is Katie Burdick. I'm the Executive Director of CABI, the Cosumnes American Bear Yuba River Regional Water Management Group. We're a 39-member coalition group that's worked with NID for 2 years on their mercury extraction project. As a result of our collaborations over this time, NID has refined and revised project design, and the CABI members have learned a great deal about mercury contamination in the area. It's our firm belief as a group that as a result of this project, mercury that's currently contaminating the system will be removed, and that as a result of that, not only will we reduce environmental contamination, but the water agencies will also achieve greater dam capacity by getting rid of contaminated sediments.
Nevada Irrigation District, or NID. If you live in Nevada County or some parts of Placer County, it's where your water comes from. NID supplies water for residential, commercial, and agricultural use, as well as providing lakes, streams, and rivers for boating, fishing, and recreational activities. Every time you wash your car, take a shower, water your lawn, go water skiing, or enjoy local produce, it is because NID is bringing water from lakes in higher elevations, such as Bowman Lake, down through an extensive system of canals, ditches, and rivers. Nevada Irrigation District is famous for utilizing over 400 miles of ditches that were originally used for supplying water to mines and miners, especially the hydraulic mining method, which required large amounts of water under pressure. Did you know? NID was formed in Nevada County in 1921, but 5 years later expanded by 66,000 acres when residents of Placer County asked to join. About 25% of the district is located in Placer County. NID was formed to ensure that a year-round, reliable water supply system would be in place to meet current and future needs. When Placer County voted to join NID, it was to take advantage of the ability of NID to supply a needed demand.
All right, well, we're standing on the Van Giesen Dam, Combi Reservoir, built in 1927. It dams up the Bear River, originally built by Nevada Irrigation District to irrigate all the farmland in Nevada and Placer County. And it's 94 feet tall, 800 feet across at the crest. Has a couple of hydroelectric plants on it. Downstream side of Combi Dam, the Bear River's down below us. This is the Combi Phase 1 canal, which takes water all the way down to lower part of Nevada County, crosses the Bear River and goes on down into Auburn and all the way down towards Lincoln. Branches off into many different canal systems.
NID now serves approximately 25,000 customers, and through constant monitoring and maintenance of its network, is able to supply water to homes, farms, and businesses, generate hydroelectric power, and provide recreation to the growing communities within Nevada and Placer counties. 3 out of 4 customers receive treated water service supplied by 7 treatment plants, generating approximately 3.5 billion gallons of water a year. NID treated water meets and exceeds standards set by the California Department of Health Services. The dam at French Reservoir, built in 1858 and 59, is the oldest in NID's mountain division. The Van Giesen Dam at Combie Reservoir is the oldest in the foothills, built in 1927. NID serves approximately 6,000 raw water customers, and the irrigation water is used for cattle and other livestock. It is used in golf courses, gardens, nurseries, orchards, and vineyards. Irrigation water fills ponds and reservoirs to stock water and provide recreation. The NID canal flows are carefully monitored and regulated to maintain proper flow. As NID water flows downhill through the foothills, it is used to produce clean hydroelectric energy through 7 power plants. These plants produce enough electricity to supply 60,000 homes. The electricity produced is sold to PG&E. NID began producing power in 1966 with the completion of the Yuba Bear River Power Project, and smaller power plants were added during the 1980s. NID has 7 power plants that generate enough electricity to supply the equivalent of more than 60,000 homes. NID has a generation capacity of 82.3 megawatts, produces an average 375 million kilowatt hours of energy each year, and sells its electrical output to the Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
This thing hosts, the reservoir here hosts several different groups of people. One is called Bill's Fishing Mission. They're here every year. It's kind of a charity thing. They're here for 3 or 4 days doing a fishing tournament. We also have the Western States 50 and 100 mile horse race. They access from both sides of the reservoir for their endurance horse race. And then a lot of camp groups. We have a main camping area in this lower campground here for group camping, and it's utilized quite a bit. I've seen a lot of big groups up here using it. It's a really nice recreational reservoir.
NID's mountain and foothill reservoirs provide fun and healthy recreational opportunities, and they're an important economic attraction for the local tourism industry. Camping, fishing, swimming, boating, water skiing, sailing, and other activities are popular at Rollins and Scotts Flat reservoirs.
We're here at one of our canals, and this is a typical water box irrigation outlet for one of our customers. And the box is designed just to hold a screen and a board in the middle, which is the measuring device where we measure the miner's inch. Now, the miner's inch is simply 1 square inch area. It can be a round hole or a square hole. This is 1 square inch of area with 6 inches of head pressure over it. And the water free falls through that orifice plate, and that meters 1 miner's inch equals 11 1/4 gallons per minute to the customer.
So a miner's inch is very simple. It's basically a 1-inch hole cut in a board that is put into a box that's cut into the berm, and we need to have at least 6 inches of head pressure. The water level has to be at least 6 inches above the orifice to give it the force to push it through there. It gives a constant delivery 24/7 of a source of water, and this equals about 11.22 gallons per minute, or about 16,000 gallons a day is what you'll get through 1 miner's inch. So very simple system of measuring water, and as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So this is how we still do it today.
Hi, I'm Tim Crow, Assistant General Manager of the Nevada Irrigation District here in Grass Valley, California. We are embarking on a project that uses new, innovative technologies to remove mercury from contaminated sediments in the Bear River. The district's canals and reservoirs lie immediately downstream of many historic gold mining activities of the 1850s. Today, mercury from that gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
The Bear River Watershed Group is comprised of a diverse interest group of stakeholders that care deeply about the watershed health. We support this project as it improves water supply by removing sediment from Lake Combie, and it improves water quality by removing and reducing the amount of legacy mercury in our riverine systems.
That same mercury from the gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
Essentially, 26 million pounds of mercury were brought over to the Sierra reservoirs during hydraulic mining, and 10 to 30% of that mercury was lost to the environment, making it a very messy process. So though that happened 150 years ago, we still have mercury moving down the Sierra rivers with each storm event because it is essentially entrained in the river gravels.
Mercury can be methylated by bacteria at the bottom of the food chain. Once mercury is incorporated into the food chain, it moves up the food chain as bacteria are consumed by phytoplankton, and phytoplankton are consumed by filter feeders, which are all eaten by the fish. Mercury becomes more concentrated with each step. Large predatory fish, such as bass, often have high levels of methylmercury because not only have they eaten a lot of smaller fish, they also live a long time, allowing the mercury to accumulate in their bodies. As a result, there are numerous fish consumption advisories for Sierra reservoirs.
This project is to remove accumulated sediment in the upper reaches of the reservoir while implementing a best management practice to remove mercury from those sediments. Well, those river gravels accumulate in impoundments such as Combie Reservoir, and irrigation districts such as the Nevada Irrigation District have to maintain the water storage space in the reservoir. This brought up the opportunity to remove sediment and while also removing mercury.
I'm a land use planning consultant in Nevada City working with the Nevada Irrigation District on the Combie Reservoir Maintenance and Mercury Recovery Project. The project included 2 components. First was technical. We worked with USGS, we worked with the Water Quality Control Board and Department of Fish and Game to come up with a project that would meet their objectives. And secondly, once we came up with that project description, we coordinated and interacted with neighboring properties who front on Combie Reservoir. Following those particular meetings, we met with the Placer County Municipal Advisory Council in Meadow Vista, and the outcome of those meetings produced a project that was much more beneficial and sensitive to the environment.
The process begins with a dredging operation at the north end of Combie Reservoir. The dredge removes sediments from the bottom of the lake and transports the sediments by a long pipeline to a land-based mobile treatment plant. The treatment plant consists of modular dewatering equipment and mercury extraction equipment. The system is designed to separate water and solids, at the same time extract heavy metals such as mercury and gold. At the end of this process, rock and sand are hauled away to a aggregate plant for use in construction. Mercury is transported to a safe disposal site, and clean water is returned to the river. The lessons learned from the Combi Reservoir Sediment and Mercury Removal Project will benefit several water agencies throughout the Sierra Nevadas, including scientists and regulatory agencies who are concerned about mercury-impacted water bodies. It is possible that this project can establish best management practices for the sand mining industry and other dredging-type operations where mercury is present in river sediment.
This has been an innovative engineering and scientific process from the beginning.
My name is Katie Burdick. I'm the Executive Director of CABI, the Cosumnes American Bear Yuba River Regional Water Management Group. We're a 39-member coalition group that's worked with NID for 2 years on their mercury extraction project. As a result of our collaborations over this time, NID has refined and revised project design, and the CABI members have learned a great deal about mercury contamination in the area. It's our firm belief as a group that as a result of this project, mercury that's currently contaminating the system will be removed, and that as a result of that, not only will we reduce environmental contamination, but the water agencies will also achieve greater dam capacity by getting rid of contaminated sediments.
Nevada Irrigation District, or NID. If you live in Nevada County or some parts of Placer County, it's where your water comes from. NID supplies water for residential, commercial, and agricultural use, as well as providing lakes, streams, and rivers for boating, fishing, and recreational activities. Every time you wash your car, take a shower, water your lawn, go water skiing, or enjoy local produce, it is because NID is bringing water from lakes in higher elevations, such as Bowman Lake, down through an extensive system of canals, ditches, and rivers. Nevada Irrigation District is famous for utilizing over 400 miles of ditches that were originally used for supplying water to mines and miners, especially the hydraulic mining methods, which required large amounts of water under pressure. Did you know? NID was formed in Nevada County in 1921, but 5 years later expanded by 66,000 acres when residents of Placer County asked to join. About 25% of the district is located in Placer County. NID was formed to ensure that a year-round, reliable water supply system would be in place to meet current and future needs. When Placer County voted to join NID, it was to take advantage of the ability of NID to supply a needed demand.
All right, well, we're standing on the Van Giesen Dam, Combi Reservoir, built in 1927. It dams up the Bear River, originally built by Nevada Irrigation District to irrigate all the farmland in Nevada and Placer County. And it's 94 feet tall, 800 feet across at the crest. Has a couple of hydroelectric plants on it. Downstream side of Combi Dam, the Bear River's down below us. This is the Combi Phase 1 canal, which takes water all the way down to lower part of Nevada County, crosses the Bear River and goes on down into Auburn and all the way down towards Lincoln. Branches off into many different canal systems.
NID now serves approximately 25,000 customers, and through constant monitoring and maintenance of its network, is able to supply water to homes, farms, and businesses, generate hydroelectric power, and provide recreation to the growing communities within Nevada and Placer counties. 3 out of 4 customers receive treated water service supplied by 7 treatment plants, generating approximately 3.5 billion gallons of water a year. NID treated water meets and exceeds standards set by the California Department of Health Services. The dam at French Reservoir, built in 1858 and 59, is the oldest in NID's mountain division. The Van Giesen Dam at Combie Reservoir is the oldest in the foothills, built in 1927. NID serves approximately 6,000 raw water customers, and the irrigation water is used for cattle and other livestock. It is used in golf courses, gardens, nurseries, orchards, and vineyards. Irrigation water fills ponds and reservoirs to stock water and provide recreation. The NID canal flows are carefully monitored and regulated to maintain proper flow. As NID water flows downhill through the foothills, it is used to produce clean hydroelectric energy through 7 power plants. These plants produce enough electricity to supply 60,000 homes. The electricity produced is sold to PG&E. NID began producing power in 1966 with the completion of the Yuba Bear River Power Project, and smaller power plants were added during the 1980s. NID has 7 power plants that generate enough electricity to supply the equivalent of more than 60,000 homes. NID has a generation capacity of 82.3 megawatts, produces an average 375 million kilowatt hours of energy each year, and sells its electrical output to the Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
This thing hosts, the reservoir here hosts several different groups of people. One is called Bill's Fishing Mission. They're here every year. It's kind of a charity thing. They're here for 3 or 4 days doing a fishing tournament. We also have the Western States 50 and 100 mile horse race. They access from both sides of the reservoir for their endurance horse race. And then a lot of camp groups. We have a main camping area in this lower campground here for group camping, and it's utilized quite a bit. I've seen a lot of big groups up here using it. It's a really nice recreational reservoir.
NID's mountain and foothill reservoirs provide fun and healthy recreational opportunities, and they're an important economic attraction for the local tourism industry. Camping, fishing, swimming, boating, water skiing, sailing, and other activities are popular at Rollins and Scotts Flat reservoirs.
We're here at one of our canals, and this is a typical water box irrigation outlet for one of our customers. And the box is designed just to hold a screen and a board in the middle, which is the measuring device where we measure the miner's inch. Now, the miner's inch is simply 1 square inch area. It can be a round hole or a square hole. This is 1 square inch of area with 6 inches of head pressure over it. And the water free falls through that orifice plate, and that meters 1 miner's inch equals 11 1/4 gallons per minute to the customer.
So a miner's inch is very simple. It's basically a 1-inch hole cut in a board that is put into a box that's cut into the berm, and we need to have at least 6 inches of head pressure. The water level has to be at least 6 inches above the orifice to give it the force to push it through there. It gives a constant delivery 24/7 of a source of water, and this equals about 11.22 gallons per minute, or about 16,000 gallons a day is what you'll get through 1 miner's inch. So very simple system of measuring water, and as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So this is how we still do it today.
Hi, I'm Tim Crow, Assistant General Manager of the Nevada Irrigation District here in Grass Valley, California. We are embarking on a project that uses new, innovative technologies to remove mercury from contaminated sediments in the Bear River. The district's canals and reservoirs lie immediately downstream of many historic gold mining activities of the 1850s. Today, mercury from that gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
The Bear River Watershed Group is comprised of a diverse interest group of stakeholders that care deeply about the watershed health. We support this project as it improves water supply by removing sediment from Lake Combie, and it improves water quality by removing and reducing the amount of legacy mercury in our riverine systems.
That same mercury from the gold rush era is a source of methylmercury contamination in many of the Sierra Nevada rivers and streams.
Essentially, 26 million pounds of mercury were brought over to the Sierra reservoirs during hydraulic mining, and 10 to 30% of that mercury was lost to the environment, making it a very messy process. So though that happened 150 years ago, we still have mercury moving down the Sierra rivers with each storm event because it is essentially entrained in the river gravels.
Mercury can be methylated by bacteria at the bottom of the food chain. Once mercury is incorporated into the food chain, it moves up the food chain as bacteria are consumed by phytoplankton, and phytoplankton are consumed by filter feeders, which are all eaten by the fish. Mercury becomes more concentrated with each step. Large predatory fish, such as bass, often have high levels of methylmercury because not only have they eaten a lot of smaller fish, they also live a long time, allowing the mercury to accumulate in their bodies. As a result, there are numerous fish consumption advisories for Sierra reservoirs.
This project is to remove accumulated sediment in the upper reaches of the reservoir while implementing a best management practice to remove mercury from those sediments. Well, those river gravels accumulate in impoundments such as Combie Reservoir, and irrigation districts such as the Nevada Irrigation District have to maintain the water storage space in the reservoir. This brought up the opportunity to remove sediment and while also removing mercury.
I'm a land use planning consultant in Nevada City working with the Nevada Irrigation District on the
Close, and open. Direction was given to legal counsel on the matters considered in closed session. Close, open.